Everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! And video game news. Today is Friday, March 24th. It's not video game related, but it is YouTube related. That Linus Tech Tips and plenty of other people have been hacked by session cookies. Uh, so I want to kind of wait to make sure the stream starts, because my fear is that YouTube's reaction to potentially actually trying to address this situation, which has been going on for probably a month plus now, now that Linus Tech Tips, which is a pretty big YouTuber, was involved, may have been more proactive. Why do I fear that? Because yesterday I was uploading YouTube Shorts. I uploaded like 81, and then when I went to start to upload some other videos, it said I had reached my upload limit. As far as I know, I have never seen anything saying that there was an upload limit whatsoever on YouTube. Now, arguably, maybe there should be an upload limit, but should it be the number of videos or should it be the length of video footage? Because if I can upload a video that's 24 hours long, or potentially 81 24-hour long videos, that's much bigger storage impact to Google and YouTube, and much more important, I think, to limit than 81 1-minute YouTube shorts. 81 does sound like a lot, but whatever. I mean, it's still not really going to get me very far, and the goal is really never to get that far as being so far ahead that I'm talking about games that came out 6 months ago on the YouTube Shorts and calling them somewhat new at that point. Alright, we are streaming live, so I don't have to worry about that. Like, that inherently puts me in this weird situation where if there are going to be upload limits now, I need to just be more consistent about doing paperwork on a daily basis, or at least a weekly basis. We're now into stage 2 of the contest being unlocked, the Duels Cup. And apparently there's some maintenance coming. Who even cares? Really, the maintenances aren't that long that it matters. Inherently with the podcast idea too, I've got to figure out some way to take what I have saved up so far, as far as just having the recorded versions of these live streams air. I mean, I've got it scheduled to air like an episode every Saturday and Sunday as the recorded versions, as kind of reruns up into 2025, like the 4th month of 2025, and today is 2023. And it was nice to potentially have that as an idea, to just have something always scheduled, so that if I kick the bucket today, there's still 2 years of footage coming out post mortem from beyond the grave. That's an interesting thought, certainly. I don't know if it really does anything. Does YouTube really have any requirement in which they actually have to pay out to a channel that where the creator is dead? Probably not. So even if it got monetized, that would be the irony of all ironies, is that I die and then my channel gets monetized and starts making money. Oh well. At that point, who cares? But yeah, I'm gonna probably have to change that and like start to release in batches of probably 10 to 30 videos. I'll start to go public with non-published, so you shouldn't get an annoying notification of all the old Shadowverse and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel things. Now, even though level 2 or the second stage is unlocked, we can't get there until we win more. So I still am just stuck playing. And honestly, I really just don't particularly care too much about the second stage concept, so just getting cards and rewards is really what I'm looking for. I played off screen a little bit, but obviously not that much. But yeah, I don't know how. Again, I'm going to have to be fairly consistent, where I'm going to start to potentially take the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday stream of one week, of the previous week, and schedule it to air on the podcast on like Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday of the current week. So everything would come out to the podcast a week behind. That would give me a week. That's not really a lot of time, because there's definitely been weeks where I've just not wanted to mess with the scheduling. And inherently, any successful YouTuber would have somebody whose full-time job is to just mess with the scheduling of videos. But yeah, I'm going to have to release a whole bunch of things to the podcast to catch up, and then start scheduling things differently. Arguably, there's another macro that needs to just be made. Something that, after a live stream, would just immediately be able to upload the videos directly and then schedule it. Which, if anything, that is exactly what should happen anyways, is that after I live stream, I almost never do any recording for at least several hours, probably for the rest of the day. So it would make a lot of sense to say this is the time to set up an upload from last week's to air on the podcast for people following the podcast. Although certainly there's still some questions that up in the air before you really should commit to any of this, or I should commit to any of this, in the fact that we still don't really understand what podcasts are going to be. Almost certainly podcasts are going to be something a lot bigger and fairly different a year from now than what they are now, because there is just not a Google podcast player integration that I know of, which is funny because Google Assistant does have something like that, but I don't think too many people use it. But yeah, that kind of integration, as far as Google Nest Home Hub, probably would try to integrate, but YouTube, as a separate company, may try to do something that totally doesn't integrate at all, and then you're going to have two competing products, which is not unheard of for Google or Alphabet as the parent company. I also found out that they sell on Amazon battery replacements. So if you have an annoying old-fashioned clock that needs batteries changed every 6 months, you can buy this kit that will turn it into a plug-in clock. Is that way better? Not really, but it is something, certainly. Inherently, it's still not the best system ever, because what I really would love to have seen is that the dummy batteries would have had a supercapacitor in it, which that would have been really, really cool as an idea. That way you'd never have to change the batteries, and when the power goes out, the batteries still work for a while. And maybe I'll try to make a project of that, because literally that would be a easy, potentially easy project to simply find, in this case, what would be 3 volt, a 3 volt compatible supercapacitor or array of capacitors that you could put in parallel and squeeze into the dummy shell of the dummy battery, Hmm. Hmm. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you'll have the power go out, and then the wall clock would be now susceptible. Of course, the real solution to this is you just have a radio clock anyways that gets the US radio signal times and adjusts for daylight savings time. Inherently, if they did ever eliminate daylight savings time permanently and stuck to it, that would solve a big problem too. Wall clocks in particular annoy me as a product, and the Tuya Smart Life smart home system does not have a device that I can find that really accommodates that well. Nothing is trying to look like an analog clock, first of all. It all wants to be digital, even though a lot of them have like LCD screens that are not dot matrices as much as they are segmented LCD screens. So it's not like you could get a LCD screen, put it on the wall, and then program exactly where the depictions of icons, time, and things like that look like, or that you could swap it from being a digital clock to an analog clock, which would be the default option you would want with an LCD matrix screen. But yeah, there's just like no wall clocks, and so I'm almost tempted to look more for a smart mirror. There was one device I saw on AliExpress that was kind of interesting in that there was the possibility of oops, I screwed up there. I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, I saw this mirrored surface kind of smart mirror weather station that when all of the screen turns off, you just have a mirror there. Which, that's certainly a thought. But that really only works in the idea of a like bathroom vanity setup. It doesn't make the most sense just in a generic on the side of my wall. And for some reason, because there's like a screw hole in particular where a wall clock once was on the side of my wall, my eye just gets distracted to that empty space. So it is really just driving me crazy. So I'm either getting driven crazy, obsessing about really stupid small thing here. I guess life is good when you can obsess about stupid small things. But either I get driven crazy because I have a wall clock that's always wrong, or I'm getting driven crazy because I have a wall clock where the batteries always need to be changed way too often. And honestly, if there's just some more optimization there where you could potentially put batteries in there and it would last 2 years instead of 6 months, but that inherently is, I guess, the battery technology failing, that there's just not a solution to that. I could have won this way, and instead I'm potentially going to lose unless I can summon Zeus. Hey, look at that. Apparently you just need to attack to summon Zeus. Nothing more. So I may have a chance of succeeding here. So whenever he ends his main phase 1, I will opt to trigger. There is definitely also some stupidity that has to be pointed out, though, that other than wall clocks, pretty much every other device in the world has a plug. Lamps, anything else, really. Anything electric. It's only wall clocks. And at one point, it definitely was the technology. Like, the entire electrical grid is designed to be at 60 Hertz to literally help old-fashioned clocks that wouldn't have had any kind of gear regulation in them so that they ran accurately, and they were plugged into special outlets right behind them. A lot of schools certainly still on those kinds of systems. Old schools, maybe not nowadays, but for a long time they were on those kinds of systems. Let's go ahead and activate this effect. What is this one gonna do? Just activate the effect again. Then because he can only do that once per turn. Alright, well then let's just activate this effect then. If this is the way they're going to play it, we will play that way. Let's see, have we done anything else? It's been nearly 20 minutes now. For the accountability section, yes, I did play a decent amount of Prey Moon Crash yesterday. Decent amount being potentially only 2, maybe 3 recordings at 2 hours. The individualized run nature of Prey Moon Crash, I feel, is a little bit of a problem. But not really that much of a problem. It just takes a long time. And we're making progress, which that was definitely a concern, is that there might be a point where I stopped making progress and then just started ending up struggling. To do anything. And there is a level of familiarity. It feels like you're just going to breed with the level design. In a lot of ways it feels like it would have been nicer if Moon Crash randomized the terrain generation somehow, at least in one area, it could be very helpful in the central hub area, but if it moves some things around a little bit more, it kind of does do that, though. There are some environmental hazards you can run into, and there is ways in which certain rooms can just be damaged differently, but it doesn't seem like that's very consistent, and it a lot of times seems like it just boils down to the idea of should I do something here? A lot of times it feels like it boils down to this door is now locked and you're going to have to figure out a way to unlock this door, or that there's possibly a electrified, water damaged area. I was thrown for a loop a little bit in that an entire area was unpowered, and so I had to go to the center of the central hub area and figure out how to move the power controls around to power an area. Other than scheduling videos and playing Prey, I'm still playing my favorite lewd waifu mobile game, Destiny Child, and it's doing its thing. It's not doing anything particularly amazing at the moment, as far as its current event. So that's made it a little bit easier to just do the dailies and move on. I am still progressing very nicely to the point of very late in-game status, where I'll have just every single character at the max level of one standard and scale, and then it just becomes like a lot easier to manage things once I've uncapped is the phrase, all of the characters 6 times. Because once you've uncapped everybody, then you have to potentially only level up the characters that really can fight, and so the low quality characters just you leave alone, and even uncapping them is probably unnecessary. Having one of each character is really unnecessary. I am being very OCD on it, which is something that makes sense when you're talking lewd anime waifus a lot more than generic military looking characters. Even in Project Nikie, which I never went back and looked at, in that initial launch, a significant amount of the anime waifus had their faces covered up and had very generic repetitive outfits, and there was just no reason why you would want to collect one of each of those characters to look at even later. I'm still playing the goblin mining game for no apparent reason. I really should stop playing that. And I'm still playing Marvel Snap, and there is more reason to play Marvel Snap. So, yeah. Inherently, I'm playing like 4 games on my cell phone, which is definitely eating into the time. Plus, rolling the dice to enter stupid Publishers Clearinghouse stuff. Although mostly that is downtime activity, and it's not that long. To have a 1 in 42 billion chance potentially, if I don't know what the real odds are, but it probably is close to that, of winning something of any real value. I think what we've got to toss here is this one, and then I would say destroy the ones on the edges, because lining up 2 probably means that is the least useful of them. But yeah, I definitely am spending a lot of time on my phone goofing off. I'm also doing the 3D House Builder app, just making a general concept of what I would want to build as far as a dream home. If I won the Publisher's Clearinghouse, you've got to build a dream home. Here's a bunch of money, which I wouldn't be surprised if you actually just got the money, and at that point I probably still would build a dream home. Although it does make a lot of sense. I would like something built to newer standards and high quality, something I could have my eye on as it's being built, just to be more efficient and last longer. There is 100 to 200 year limitation on just how long a house can last before you're spending so much money to maintain it. I've made significant progress on that design too. Like, the first design really was a very rough pass, and then I've moved entire rooms around and started to really decorate with, here's a staged cabinet, here's a staged table. This is a relatively accurate size as far as why a room would be this big, instead of doing just empty framing blueprints that say I want a 17 by 17 foot room. Like, that doesn't inherently make a lot of sense until you say, oh, it's 17 by 17 foot because I have a 17 foot long table that's 4 feet wide, and it needs another 4 feet on its edges for chairs to go around it comfortably. 17 by 17 may still be too big even for that example, but yeah, once you start to put furniture in a house, you lose a significant amount of square footage away from the walls. And yeah, even in the room I'm sitting in here, on one side of the room I have 4 bookshelves, and each of those bookshelves is probably a foot to a foot and a half deep. So let's say 1 foot, just to be conservative, by 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 feet. So you've got like 12 square feet immediately lost in a room that is probably not a 10 by 10, but let's say it was a 10 by 10. 12 square feet minus 100 square feet, you're already down to 88 square feet. Then you have to throw in a closet to get more, for it to legally be a bedroom. And so then you're going to potentially lose, let's say, another 20 square feet on that. So down you go already to 60 square feet or so. Once you start to throw in a bed, depending on the size of the bed, that can take out a significant chunk, bringing you down somewhere closer to 30 square feet at that point. So yeah, but inherently for a bedroom, you kind of do want it to be somewhat cramped and full also. Like, big empty rooms have this natural equal balance where you will eventually fill it with stuff regardless. And ideally in a bedroom, you don't want TVs and you don't want distractions. You really want it to be kind of a small cave like area that you only go to sleep and nothing else, or to rest and nothing else. But that's not really how you design bedrooms either. Like, more realistically, I'm adding like big old computer workstation desks because, yeah, I imagine there's a scenario where every family would have a computer workstation desk, whether there's actually a computer there or not. It could just be a desk that homework is being done on, so homework isn't done on the dining room table or kitchen table instead. So you need to add the thought of a desk of some sort in every kid's bedroom, or a office for a master bedroom potentially. But yeah, the design has, I think, significantly improved, and I'm just decorating a lot more. Just, let's put this in here, let's put this in here. Not because in the final design I really would want, say, like a sauna, which is one of the things the app allows. It's like, I've never even used a sauna in my life, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I really would enjoy the idea of making myself hot and sweaty. Depending on what climate I'm in. It makes a lot of sense, certainly if you're in an incredibly cold area, to have a sauna. I'm not sure it makes the most sense to have a sauna inside your house, outside, compared to being outside your house. Because to me, that definitely does feel like more of a outdoor thing. Oh geez, I'm not gonna get very far here. Oh well, that very possibly is good enough. Yep. Let's not go any further and just win. We never get rewards for doing exactly the right amount of life point damage. Feels like you should get a reward for that. But yeah. No damage, over 3,000 damage. Oops, didn't mean to save that, but whatever. Doesn't matter. So yeah, I've been spending a lot of time doing a lot of varied things. Which arguably, if I was recording 30-minute episodes of a game instead of 2.5-hour episodes, which is kind of dictated by just when is a convenient point to pause, and there aren't convenient points to pause in Prairie Moon Crash. If I was making 30-minute episodes, each of these distractions would certainly potentially cause me to lose more and more footage. Because, yeah, making 30-minute episodes 5, 6, 7, 8 a day is not unreasonable. 16 a day is not that unreasonable. Let's see. Activate this so we can throw this in here. I'm gonna put everything. Let's see. Yeah. Best case scenario is you do that, and then you end the turn. Well, I guess that's pretty much all I have to say as far as warming up, and I guess there's really nothing more I can do, so we should probably just start covering the news. We did start later today. I've kind of stupidly set myself up with this alarm clock, and the programming on it in the long run it is still kind of weirdly bad, in the sense that the sunrise alarm clock that I've been testing out and trying to use will only leave the sunrise light on until it's dismissed if you don't tell it to repeat, which is to say, don't turn the alarm clock the next day on. Otherwise, it does seem to just be so poorly programmed that as soon as it hits 8 o'clock when it's supposed to go off, the sunrise will have been on for maybe 30 minutes before then. But as soon as it hits 8 o'clock, it just turns off the light. And that's part of the reason, certainly, why I woke up late today, is because I was starting to potentially learn the process of I was actually getting adapted to it. But the problem, as far as why I wouldn't want to send it back, is I contacted the programmers and made some suggestions as far as improving the code, and I actually would like to see if they bothered to improve the code. Now, inherently, like, I don't know how much of the programming is actually being done by any individual seller, because it really is just this product that is being rebranded and relabeled from China, and the programming may very well be done by the product designer themselves. And also, it's fair to point out that when I did contact them with suggestions, they immediately offered me a bribe to review their product through the Tuya communication feedback, outside of Amazon being able to see that, which that doesn't feel legitimate. Unfortunately, that is just the standard way that reviews are being done on Amazon, and why Amazon reviews, even though there is way more of them and reviews on any website aren't that trustworthy, the fact that it is basically people being bribed to write glowing positive reviews is pretty bad. But yeah, inherently the programming is not even quite to the level of being acceptable for just an average person who just wants an average alarm clock, let alone somebody who wants to be able to have smart features built into the alarm clock. So yeah, I don't know if I can particularly justify in the budget to buy yet another smart alarm clock and try something different. There's a couple other models that do look somewhat interesting. But none of them particularly look great either. Like, ideally you just want either something that's a small box, or you want something that is just fully a round circle, and when it lights up, and you just don't have quite that. Like, there are ones that are boxes, but then they have something else attached to it, and then there's ones that are half circles but not full circles, or toruses, or one looks like a G, but the G has wireless charging, so you put your phone directly in the middle of this G letter shaped device, and then there's LEDs around the edge, and it just doesn't quite make the most sense as to why you would design something like that. I assume some of this design is definitely just aping the design of some much more expensive $300, $400, $500 alarm clock that some gadget seller sells. That very possibly is what's going on, that these are physically in the shape of clones. Alright, so continuing down the path of Twitter and having less and less people that I see post anything video game wise, I'm still getting a lot of the other people that I'm following on my Twitter, which is cosplayers, or mostly lewd cosplayers, sometimes almost completely nude cosplayers, sometimes doing video game cosplay, sometimes not. Like, I haven't heard anything about Twitter particularly too recently as far as Elon Musk nonsense, which I guess that's potentially good news for Elon Musk and the other people who bought Twitter, but also no good news around Twitter either, as far as them adding new features or improving things or encouraging people to come back or use their process. But here is kind of a great example of this is not cosplay. Here you have Ada Wong supposedly being cosplayed, and yet all it really is a cosplayer in black hair wig with a gun, which I believe is the wrong kind of gun, with black gloves, which I don't believe she wears black gloves. This may be a tattoo, so I won't really complain too much about that, but certainly Ada Wong doesn't have a tattoo. And then she's got a gun holster, which depending on the outfit that Ada Wong was wearing in the DLC of RE4, she may have had a gun holster, but certainly she wasn't wearing a bustier, I think is what this is called, type bra, and just panties, underwear, and red stockings, and then a gun holster over here. This is not cosplay. This is more, well, in Japanese they probably still would call it cosplay, but it really is more just dressing up for a fetish more than anything else. There's nothing costume wise that I can say or criticize on this really, other than that the gloves look bad and probably just store-bought. The props of the gun and the holster and the chest holster on top of the leg holster don't look great. Like, makeup is all probably photoshopped and fine, certainly, but yeah, this hardly feels like somebody spent any energy at all to make a costume and would want to be promoted for making a costume or actually trying to even embody the character. Here is a much better example of cosplay, and we're having an increased amount of cosplay around Ada Wong, even though I've still yet to hear anybody review the game. I think there was probably some severe review limitations as far as talking about the later parts of RE4, but we kind of need to get... I've yet to see anybody talk about even up to the lake monster section, assuming the lake monster section is still even in the game. So that's like early first act stuff that I've seen covered before Ada Wong would have potentially even shown up in the cutscene. So I'm not sure she's even in the game. Now, as far as criticizing this cosplay, you have a dress. It's not an accurate dress, but it is a dress, Chinese style type looking dress, although it may not really be Chinese style, with several like patterns and designs. This looks like something that somebody actually sewed and tried to make. It's framed and posed in a kind of provocative way too, compared to the other one, in the sense that it's not just dead center into the frame. It's doing the rule of thirds as far as having either positive space or negative space, or positive space or negative space. Now arguably maybe there's still more room to do. It seems like they potentially are highlighting a mistake here, that this is probably a photo shoot studio and this is probably fake light behind a fake window. So more framing could have potentially been done. But yeah, this is an actual costume that could be worn at an actual Comic-Con type presentation type event and entered into an actual cosplay event, and potentially might receive awards for doing that. Where again, we are back to very low effort here. You just have like a white tiled bathroom here and kind of a poorly designed after the fact photoshopped Umbrella Corporation image, and then again you just have Ada Wong here, or this fictional Ada Wong in nothing but underwear. This is not cosplay. Honestly, maybe that's the name of this segment overall, is that this segment should be called "This is not cosplay." This is not real cosplay. This is somebody wants you to dress up as their character for fetish-sized sex play. Yeah. In Japanese, they'd almost certainly call this ero cosplay versus regular cosplay, or ero cos, and shorten it down. They might even call it hen cosplay, or hentai cosplay, perverted cosplay, to differentiate the difference between the two. And let's see. Here you have a cosplayer who claims she is the body capture model for Ashley Graham. This is being, I think, potentially retweeted, and I'm not sure I believe it. So here's Ashley cosplay, and inherently, I think this highlights how the new outfit for her, Ashley, is not really doing anything special, but it definitely could be cosplayed, and it might find some endearingness. Like, inherently with the main Resident Evil 4 game, I don't think anybody particularly ever was supposed to or did like Ashley as a character. If in the remake they somehow make her likable, that would be an interesting twist. And with a likability, I suppose there's room for more cosplay around liking the character. But up until this point, before the remake, I have never seen anybody cosplay Ashley from Resident Evil 4, because I just don't think anybody likes her. And even the original game, which didn't really have a very interesting outfit. This outfit, also not that interesting. It also highlights, because it's not that interesting, that you can just buy all of this off the shelf. Like, you just need to go shopping for clothing to find a scarf, a sweater, a jacket, a skirt, stockings, and boots. Like, there's nothing special here. I feel like Ashley's boots in at least one of the special costumes were way more wild and furry and crazy looking. And she didn't have a jacket, I think, in the first iteration of Resident Evil 4 at all, and it was more of a sweater only situation, or the sweater was like tied, or the jacket was tied around her waist. There is weirdness certainly in the kind of like Spanish neighborhood that the RE4 takes place in that she would be wearing a skirt, but I guess the general idea has always kind of felt like it was taking place in more northeastern Europe. But if they're speaking Spanish, that would actually be Spain, so that would actually be southwestern Europe, right on the edge of Europe, which that would kind of make more sense for the way they're dressed and the fact that you just don't see snow or coldness. It would have probably been helpful if they had shown on the map the general location of where this fake country was supposed to be. Let's see, I guess we'll do this one. Inherently, to wrap up here too, I don't know if this medallion is special made, but otherwise there's just nothing Ashley as a character has as a prop. She's not known for carrying guns or or weapons or anything like that, so it would almost make more sense if she had like a zombie prop partner or something chasing her the whole time to balance it out. And there is, I guess, that idea of like supportive cosplay where if you're gonna play as somebody who's being chased like Ashley the whole time, having somebody do a lot of effort to do a zombie outfit from RE4, and then the girlfriend, for lack of a better description, just dressing up like Ashley and running around saying, "Help me, Leon," or dressing up as Leon and having Ashley, the girlfriend, dress up simplistically as Ashley makes some sense. Now, noticeably, it is also worth pointing out that there's exactly 0 people I follow that are male cosplayers, so the Leon cosplay, if it exists out there, I am not seeing. In comparison, here's a Valiant outfit, and this character obviously has knives and props, and it is more of a sci-fi ridiculous type of fashion, so this definitely feels like this is stuff that was sewn and actually created. I don't know what character this is because I'm not familiar with Valorant. But this definitely highlights where the cosplayers who are somewhat attached to gamers are focusing. Here we have another Ada Wong, although arguably I would say in this case this is the best accurate depiction, I think, of the Chinese dress, but I think the angle does not help this character well at all. It makes her look, I think, wider and fatter than she really is. I don't think the black bra is necessary at all and wouldn't have been in the actual game. You're not going to have a backless dress and then wear a black bra. That's just basic dressing yourself. So the angle here is pretty bad, and like I kind of get what they're going for to show the slit in the dress and arguably just try and show as much butt as possible, but maybe what you would do there is you'd get a more awkward angle of posing instead of just standing straight up, having her potentially lean and twist to show the hip a little bit more, but also try to shoot her from the face on and not at an angle. Either shoot her straight side on or even potentially tilted the other direction so you're not seeing so much of the back but you're seeing more of the front. Like, this really is a case where the photographer, I think, just did not do her any favors at all. And still, even on the cosplay, a red dress is so simplistic, you're never really going to get very far with Ada Wong as a character. Like a black choker, a red dress, a prop gun, maybe a leg holster, maybe not. I still feel like the leg holster had a knife in it, not an actual gun. Let's see if we can claim the sticker as far as the sale, or is the sale over? I think the sale may be over as far as the Steam sale. Good thing I actually bought something this time though. Like, it was getting ridiculously crazy as far as just how many sales had gone, and I had just not bought any games at all. Of course, at a certain level, if I'm not playing the games, do I really need to buy them? But I am playing the games to some extent, and I want a nice variety, and I want to play newer games. It is kind of stupidly as a percentage game, certainly, though, in the sense that go ahead and activate this and toss this and confirm. Pretty much we're talking about censored gaming now, that he is just going to be kind of a news source of some sort. He has the Spotify versus Apple Music versus YouTube Music versus Amazon Music screenshot. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, there's this song, By the Way, Deluxe Edition, which maybe this is a soundtrack from a video game, but there's no context there. And he's showing different potential orders or censorship happening here. This Apple Music in particular seems to censor out a word that I don't quite get. One of the songs says "I'll die for you" or something like that, and that seems to be possibly censored too. But without any better context, these screenshots really don't make any sense to me. And then it appears that Winnie the Pooh horror film has been mysteriously pulled from Hong Kong theaters. And then he still seems to be working his way through his latest drama of somebody stealing his credit card, for lack of a better term, and running up bills on it. And he seems to be somewhat moving away from that, but still kind of either honestly in need of financial aid or just straight up trying to get money. It does come off as a little shady, but honestly I think he is also just maybe a little bit like needy in reality, in need, not needy. Let's see. There are still shift up codes that come out. That would be a big thing, certainly, as far, not shift up, shift codes from the Borderlands creators, Gearbox shift codes. That would be a thing, certainly, that I don't know how I would replace that if I stopped using Twitter too. Also. Shift codes still aren't that amazing or that useful. They just give you extra excuses and extra reasons for going back to play Borderlands if you happen to want to go play Borderlands. Here's an interesting thought. Let's go ahead and end our turn. This guy got all his health back. I've lost. I should probably just let it surrender. Since I am rambling about cosplayers, or at least lewd cosplayers that I'm seeing, maybe I should look for like fan art creators too. In this case, this is Naughty Dog highlighting this Share Your Own Cosplay Tattoos fan art and more here, which is then taking you to a Tumblr link. Let's see if that loads up. Yeah. I'm very concerned around the idea of like them encouraging people to have tattoos around Naughty Dog and Last of Us. That seems crazy. Yeah, but I don't really have a source as far as fan art and drawing. for some reason, fan art is not as popular as cosplaying is, when in a lot of ways it is basically the exact same thing. It's just like fans showing their fandom, or at least pretending to have fandom around something, and showing their skill and their artistry around something popular. That's one of the things I would imagine that the internet has still yet to really encourage or create, is a system in which people's artistic creativity, if they're writing like short stories or doing fan art, or just really loving something, like highlighting the starving artist art still really doesn't work that well. And that's almost certainly because capitalism has corrupted so much of the internet and the concept of the internet, in that if you post your art on Facebook, then Facebook probably claims they own it at that point, or if you just post your art on the internet at all, somebody steals it and then claims they own it. Either way, it ends in the same way, in that the starving artist starves more. Alright, let's start going through news. Let's see, next week's Video Games Chronicles articles. Next week's Xbox Game Pass titles have been confirmed. The MLB The Show 23 and Infinite Guitars are coming to the service in late March. I don't know what Infinite Guitars is. And then these games are leaving. Very noticeably, there's more games leaving than there are coming every time there's an announcement. Some of these stories we'd already talked about. Microsoft saying 10 years is sufficient for Sony to develop Call of Duty alternatives, which I agree with. Then Mirror's Edge potentially have been being delisted, then them backpedaling on that. Let's see, most of these stories, you know what, there's just no reason to even play. Just let this one end. In fact, let's just straight up surrender. Just save ourselves the time. I need to be better at surrendering anyways. It'll help optimize it. Optimize the experience. So, Ubisoft is developing an AI tool that, quote, aims to support scriptwriters. The Ubisoft Ghostwriter will generate NPC phrases and sounds. They're definitely selling this as the idea that it will assist scriptwriters. And in all fairness, it probably would assist scriptwriters for a short amount of time, but very quickly it is obviously designed to replace scriptwriters completely. That is the idea of this, is to not just generate generic sounds or inconsequential NPC lines of dialogue. They will eventually, hopefully, they want to get to a point where it would write all the dialogue and all the sounds in the game and eliminate the position of the career path of those type of people. Which at a certain level, if people are still getting fed and nobody is losing their source of support, eliminating job positions isn't inherently negative. But on a capitalistic level, it definitely is. Like when people end up starving or taking jobs that they're not well suited for because the career path that they went to college for and they trained for and that they had been doing up until this point disappears because of artificial intelligence, That is a dangerous precedent and dangerous thing to happen. And it's a thing that certainly has happened multiple times over and over again. And some people will say, well, when they invented the weaving machine, the weavers all went and got other jobs. It's not really true, though. It never is true when you make that argument. A lot of weavers did starve to death, or suffer, or work worse jobs. Their life was not improved because automation allowed the weaving factories to eliminate positions. When robots replaced the assemblers in car factories, which is a much better example than even the weaving machines in the Luddite type stories. But you just have to look at Detroit, and it's not a case that people got other jobs in Detroit as the car assembly factories went through automation and eventually just shut down the factories completely, for the most part. Like, Detroit is way worse off than it was before. The people had to move considerable distances to get other jobs that were worse jobs, almost certainly. Yep. There's also certainly population issues, too. There are just more people and fewer jobs, ever, as far as ratio goes. Or just actual numbers go. And in a lot of ways, people of my generation were told. I definitely was given the message that being a programmer and going into computers, that everybody was going to do something in computers, and that this was the way to go, and you'd always be paid well, potentially, and you'd always have opportunities to work. And that's totally not proven to be true, particularly as we start to see AI and optimization happen here. But even just generically trying to work in IT did not, the number of IT people and positions did not explode throughout my lifetime, because the CEOs mostly and the managers are the same old managers that A, don't understand technology and don't see a real need to have more IT employees, but B, also just because there was not that much need, or absolute need. That's where you get into like outsourcing of customer support and things like that, and IT stuff even being outsourced. Plus, your average worker can handle most IT stuff by themselves, so you didn't need anywhere as much as they thought they were going to. Like, the adults that were telling me as a kid that everything was going to be computers were watching a lot of Twilight Zone and sci-fi stories like that, and they were expecting that all of those devices would break down constantly and need to be fixed and maintained, and that's just not the way IT went. IT is fairly resound and stable. So we had talked about this story before from Video Games Chronicles. The fan who spent, or at least one of the fans who spent 8 years making the fan project for RE4 HD mod, was hired by Night Dive, Chris Morales. But then there was another announcement that puts this in a different perspective, at the very least. I'm not sure I particularly think it's a good perspective, but it might be. The company that calls itself now Atari, that bought the rights after Atari had gone bankrupt multiple times and been bought by multiple other companies, has announced that they're buying Night Dive Studios. Now, this may very well be more of a case where Night Dive Studios will be the skilled people that are actually in charge of everything at Atari, and it's just going to keep the name Atari as a way of having brand recognition. Night Dive Studios perhaps a little bit less recognizable than Atari. But up until this point, the company that is now known as Atari has been doing some really crazy stuff. Trying to make a new Atari console, trying to make new Atari games, and not really succeeding. It all came off as somebody was being very ambitious but not actually that skilled at accomplishing their goals. And maybe that is where Night Dive Studios can help accomplish their goals. And so maybe this is going to be a sweetheart merger between two parties. One can always be optimistic and hope, but it also very possibly could be a case that both Night Dive Studios and this fan who was just hired by Night Dive may come to quickly regret being acquired by Atari. Although at a certain level, acquisitions may not really even matter that much, because let's say Night Dive gets acquired by Atari, unless Atari then fires all the employees, Atari might just go bankrupt and get acquired by another company. Like, if the next week they announce that Microsoft is acquiring Atari and Night Dive Studios, because once that goes through, then yeah, that definitely would change the situation, the story, too. It would probably be really smart for Sony to acquire Atari and Night Dive Studios while they're at it. Like, Sony has really failed to keep up the pace as far as trying to acquire other companies. Let's see. Then there was this article that I really didn't have time to read. The Ubisoft developer explains its AI writing tool in more detail. The Ubisoft Ghostwriter tool was met with criticism when it was announced yesterday. Let's see. Just summoned Dark Magician of Chaos. Or what's his real name? Magician of Chaos. The tool is mainly used for 4 different purposes. The first is to generate lines based on NPCs' motivation. A writer will input the NPC situation and the tool will suggest lines for them. In this example slide given, the writer entered the NPC has been kidnapped, and the tool will come up with the line, "There's no way I'm getting out of this." The tool's second use is to generate a large number of lines for crowds. Until now, writers who have had to come up with the following throwaway lines of dialogue and have conversations players hear when they walk past people in the street in open world games, but Ghostwriter can generate these lines instead. Inherently, I feel like the first iteration of using that system is going to create some really ridiculous lines of dialogue, and it's going to be very obvious that it was not written by a human, because there's still a lot of that even with the AI writing. Now, inherently, I would imagine the Ghostwriter app would not be built into the game, and it would not be generating dialogue automatically live. The reason for that being, the last thing you would want it to do is to accidentally go on to a pro-Nazi rant, have 2 characters in the background just saying something ridiculous like that. But I also can't help to think that there definitely have been times in movies where there's a character in the background saying something silly, or there's just a throwaway line of dialogue, where you have actors who are like background actors who want to be memorable, and so they'll improv a script and do they'll improv a line or something and do something that is actually more interesting than generic mumbling banter that you really can't make out. Of course, I think you need 2 lines of dialogue. It can be spoken before you have to have a SAG card in the Screen Actors Guild rules. So, yeah, but I definitely think there have been times in movies where a writer or an improv actor has added something interesting and artistic and creative, whereas a AI generator is never going to try to write anything that's particularly unique or creative. It's just going to try and say, in this situation, what is something generic that you could say? And eventually it will probably just boil down to really long lists of people saying, wow, look at that cloud, how's the weather, I can't wait until Tuesday, happy it's hump day, I need some coffee in me snap, things like that like potentially would even become recognizable and repeated. The third use is to double act dialogue. The writer can set the role of 2 different NPCs and a topic, and the AI will make up a conversation between them. Swanson stated again that these aren't main story points, just callouts related to gameplay or even random discussions. In this example, he input a thug, a police officer, and a robbery, and it came up with, so you're the one who's been trying to rob the toy stores? What are you talking about? I'm a grown man. No time for toys. Knows how AI threw in toys as an idea there for no recognizable reason. Well, I probably should have activated that ability. Let's do that now. Toss this. I probably lost. Probably should have tossed another thing too and stopped this one's ability. Magician of Chaos almost certainly is going to be an issue. And let's see if we can pull this off. The final way that the AI director can be used is what they're calling paraphrased barks, which means if the writer needs to come up with multiple variations of the same line. In this example, the lines were like, I'm reloading, or we can talk about that later, which may be used multiple times in the game. I can imagine in a point and click adventure, that particularly where you're clicking on something and then you would need as many possible lines of dialogue written for, I can't use that item with this item, that doesn't work here, because that was always the annoying element with point and click adventure games, is that you have to click on everything multiple times, and the best solution they could ever really come up with was to just have a fairly fair, generic negative beep sound instead of having long lines of dialogue that would get repeated multiple times. Go ahead and banish that. And attack. So we can attack directly here. We can destroy this here. We can I guess his ability can work when he's sent to the graveyard. Well, so much for that. Swanson was the person that was talking here. Says the tool was made to address, quote, pain points in the writing process, and it still requires writers to use it rather than replacing them outright. At the end of the day, the title writer and titles in general are just handed to people and made up by employers. So if all of a sudden you're calling a Indian employee who's working for $2 an hour the writer, that doesn't change anything really. And if the Indian writer is just not a native English speaker and doesn't have any actual skills to writing, and this software is even helping him even a fraction of a percentage, you're hurting people who do have natural skills towards writing. So there really is no way to get around that. This would allow less skilled people be hired and work in the industry, which will eventually mean the older, more skilled employees would be let go for cheaper labor. That's how this always comes down to it. And that is, again, the problem with capitalism. Instead of coming from this idea from any perspective of, here's a writer who actually has a passion for writing and skill for writing and really wants to work in this industry and make a video game that is great. When you throw out the phrase pain points, you are inherently painting this picture that writers don't want to work on video games. They don't want to write video game dialogue, and while that may be true for some of them, it's almost certainly not true for the majority of them. Like, yeah, not to say that every part of a writer's day is going to be pure joy, but those pain points are actually opportunities for somebody to do something creative and interesting. And maybe you take those opportunities or maybe you don't, but you definitely, I wouldn't personally encourage using AI to eliminate those opportunities. Like, every challenge is an opportunity to potentially excel and go above and beyond. Some people, a lot of businesses don't like that, certainly, and some people don't ever try to excel or go above and beyond. But certainly when I'm doing a project like a Raspberry Pi type project, and I run into frustration. I will get frustrated, but I also enjoy the challenge, enjoy the frustration, because, not the frustration, but enjoy the opportunity to try something different and learn something or excel, think of something new to potentially do with that. Also, like, think of some new way to evolve and improve. Yep, and that's perhaps something that is going to be a problem in the future for future generations too, is that if everybody in programming, which is what I was trained in, so I can speak to this better, if everybody in programming just runs a function that says sort list, and nobody ever learns how to actually sort a list of numbers or words, alphabetize a list of words, let's say. If there's just a default function everybody uses, that eliminates opportunities for people to potentially create a better way to alphabetize a list, a more optimized way, and then code will never get better. Plus, it doesn't teach the coder how to alphabetize a list. Sorting algorithms in particular are at the core of programming and something you really should learn and make your own, even though the one you make in school is almost certainly going to be not as efficient as what has been written before. And yes, when you actually are developing a final product, you probably will consider using somebody else's code and just going to GitHub to collect and source that code, or using a standard library that's built in. Standard libraries, I guess, are exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, if all of a sudden there's just AI and you can tell the AI to program a program to do this, then there will be no programmers in a couple generations who even know how to program the AI that they created in the first place. And that would be an odd, ironic outcome. Anyways, I think I made mostly sense there. Let's move on to the next story. Still going through a lot of these stories that we'd already talked about, so I'm just going to close these without comment for the most part. Arcane confirmed that Redfall was originally developed for the PS5, but changed its plans when Microsoft acquired the studio's owner, Bethesda, ZeniMax. No, it was ZeniMax, not Bethesda. Which, yeah, okay. Like, that's good to potentially get some facts or some more insight, but in a lot of ways that may just be straight up propaganda from Microsoft telling Arcane Studio to put out this message to imply that if Activision Blizzard is acquired, more games would come to the PS5, not less. That was the wrong card. Whatever. This guy's taking forever. I feel like it was announced or teased that something big was coming from Valve and by Tyler McVickerson, Valve News Network. That being said, he kind of constantly either announces things or doesn't announce things or announces things from Valve, because let's just face it, his claim to fame is that he made Valve News Network and then basically destroyed the YouTube channel Valve News Network to change it to Tyler McVickerson and just his name. But I'll try to give him as much credit as my vague memory can and say he probably did at some point tease that Counter-Strike 2 or something big was coming out. Counter-Strike 2 has been revealed ahead of a summer 2023 release. A limited test for select Counter-Strike Global Offensive players launches today. Now, inherently, Counter-Strike 2 could just be Counter-Strike Global Offensive CSGO with a new engine, with a new slap of paint across it. It could be that Valve is definitely likely to be in somewhat of a transition spot, and that they would want to finally just put out a game that has the number 2 behind it for the Counter-Strike universe. This also potentially pushes us closer to the idea of, well, they are tightening the gap as far as how many Valve related products have a number 2 behind it before they're going to have to finally release something with a number 3 behind it, aka Half-Life 3 would be the implication there. That was not the best way to handle this, but whatever. I don't think it's going to matter. CSGO has been incredibly popular for Valve for an incredibly long amount of time. And it's made them a ton of money through their marketplace and knife skin sales, but there is almost certainly an end coming to that, at which point they will no longer be allowed to legally run that kind of marketplace, or it's just going to give them too much bad press. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see different monetizations around it too. But yeah, this definitely is probably a push to update the Source engine, which I assume it's still running on the Source engine, but Source engine 2, I would assume, update and finally put out a game on Source engine 2, I would assume is what's going to happen here. And yeah, just update the programming so that CS Counter-Strike 2, which I assume would still feels like it should be called CSGO 2, Global Offensive 2. I don't think there's another Counter-Strike game, but there might be. They put out this responsive smokes video more before anything else. Inherently, this is just a example, I think, of where people who are into CSGO are going to be really hyped around CSGO 2 or CS2, and I'll still just completely miss the buzz and not care about it at all. It definitely feels like they are highlighting new technologies and showing off stuff. And see, when you look at, like, this is what CS Counter-Strike games originally looked like and levels look like, it is very old and very rough. And so the movement to just more modern technology would improve things. this may very well be a case too that there is finally a new generation that has enough control in the crazy political Game of Thrones type atmosphere that it feels like Valve is, and that we finally have potentially people who've been working there 10-20 years at Valve having enough support and control to make a game actually come out and make the engine actually change, and you have a new generation of people that potentially know how to program on more modern engines instead of the incredibly old Source engine. At some level, I think we are definitely much more closer to Gabe Newell being out the door, and I wouldn't be surprised if CS2 gets released and then Gabe Newell announces his retirement as soon as CS2 sells over 1 million, or sells any number that they can say pretend like is a good number. Like Gabe Newell wants to, I think, at one point he said he basically wanted to move to New Zealand, and he implied he wanted to move all of Valve to New Zealand, and I don't think that's going to happen. Interesting special attack. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to retire to New Zealand, or just retire in general. He's old enough, he looks old enough, he's rich enough, he's been just the figurehead anyways, and now they've set up new figureheads, better figureheads in my opinion. So a new generation of Valve might be very helpful. Just, you know, the Steve Ballmer after Bill Gates setup of Microsoft. Like, Steve Ballmer has been in charge of Microsoft for a very long time. He hasn't been as memorable by anyways as much as Bill Gates has, but he's kept the ship going and taken it in different directions, and I think probably run the company a lot better than Bill Gates ever did. And so we may be hitting an era like that at Valve, where there is just going to be a new group of people in charge. Unlike Microsoft, though, I don't know if it isn't still going to be mostly a shadow cabal of shareholders, as more of a privately run company compared to the way Microsoft as an open stock company goes. Before we upgrade that, we want to do this. Probably should stop playing after this game, just to make sure we get through all the news. Oh, I need to applaud the person on the chat in the last stream. I forgot their name. Apologies for that. But someone on my chat in the last stream straight up said hello at the beginning of the stream, and they said bye at the end of the stream. So theoretically, I'm assuming that they sat through, and you deserve an award for that alone, the entire stream with 100% like watch ratio, or more if you rewound or watched the second time, and that helps my channel more than you would ever imagine. So I really need to say thank you for that. Like, having higher watch time by far causes the video to be promoted to more people, which then gets it more views. And immediately I could see I was getting more views. It definitely feels like on YouTube there's kind of a round at which videos are suggested to. So while I'm still live, if more people start watching at the beginning, it seems to be suggested to more people and so that there will be more people while it's live. But if there's a good amount of watch time or thumbs up or comments and things like that, it seems like maybe an hour or two, or maybe a little bit longer than that, the YouTube algorithm starts to suggest the videos even if they're not live. So yeah, thank you again for saying hi and saying hello. Just those two comments help. And thank you again for what I assume was watching the entirety of it. Going back to the news, CS2 was just announced, and we saw the level of graphics here, and inherently you have to make this comparison. When you look at this screenshot of Hellblade 2's facial animation tech, it is way more realistic and just more detailed than anything that CS2 was presenting. That being said, Hellblade 2, not a multiplayer first-person shooter or third-person shooter game where you wouldn't see the face of the enemies or your characters anyways, but there is a cartoony appearance even of CS2 compared to what a story-focused game can do, where they put almost all of your GPU and processing power towards making the game look realistic. Of course, some of this also has to be pointed out that this is being done in the Unreal Engine versus the Source Engine, which almost certainly is a better engine to use. The State of Unreal presentation happened either yesterday or the day before as part of GDC, showing off Unreal Engine improvements. And if anything, this highlights where, while it might be a little bit more difficult to do Unreal Engine programming compared, no, Unreal Engine is the engine being used in Fortnite, and Unity is the more mobile game engine. Like, I imagine you can't do this type of graphics in Unity, but I wouldn't be surprised if you could do a lot better than what you see on the average Unity game. But yeah, right now the default certainly is to use Unreal Engine completely, as much as possible. Of course, is it really fair to say that this is mostly animation technology as much as it is actually just texture mapping and 3D modeling? Because you saw in that example, they had somebody with a helmet and a scanner in front of their face that was just scanning and putting in a wireframe mesh, I'm sure, into the computers, and then they were just putting a texture on top of that. This is part of their metahuman labeling somehow, but in this case in particular, it really shouldn't be part of the metahuman labeling, because the metahuman program, as it was sold, was that it was randomly generating realistic looking humans, where Senua has to look like the Senua of the first game, so it's not randomly generating the way they look. It might be adding some scars or burns or things like that. I think it's also fair to point out that while Senua Hellblade 1 looked very pretty, it actually, in my opinion, was not a very good game. It didn't have much of a gameplay mechanic, and the gameplay mechanic didn't really integrate well. The story didn't really say much or say anything. It is perhaps too surreal of a story, the first Hellblade game is, compared to what it should have been, and maybe just not detailed enough. Perhaps a little just too emotional based too. I imagine if you're the type of person who does get emotionally intertwined with stories, you would experience Hellblade a lot more than somebody who doesn't, and I tend not to get emotionally intertwined in the stories. Crying when Bambi Mother's shot, for instance, is a good example of that. In a lot of ways, Hellblade 1 felt like it should have definitely been an animated short movie, not a video game, because the video game aspect didn't help the narrative, and the narrative was the focus 100%. That being said, I have to admit it was a critical darling, so almost certainly it will get a lot of coverage, Hellblade 2, when it comes out. It's a shame that Unity is run by the Epic Game Store, or Epic as a company, because Tim Sweeney does come off as perhaps not the best person to be in charge of Unity. But at the end of the day, Unity is the best engine to use, and the engine I would recommend anybody who wants to make a highly detailed visual type game use. Yeah. I guess I'll go ahead and activate this card just so we can cast a spell, just in case we have some daily quests. Video Games Chronicles says a Lords of the Fallen technical showcase trailer has been released, which you can check that out if you're interested. Lords of the Fallen has yet to catch my attention enough that I'd want to spend the extra time to watch a trailer, but it does look like it might be a decent experience, or it might be a decent game. I definitely want to try and stay as open-minded as possible for all games before they're released and before we actually see reviews for them. Alright, so I'm gonna lose. Bloober Team, or Bloober, says its Silent Hill 2 remake is close to completion. The studio CEO is called Virtual Reality, the long-term future of horror. That is scary that potentially Silent Hill remake might only be for VR. It is also a little scary potentially that Silent Hill 2 remake may be a very good remake in the sense that it does exactly what Silent Hill 2 did, but a very bad remake in the sense that it may not add anything new. So yeah, theoretically I should keep playing and try and get at least this and to this. Then it's kind of diminished returns to get to this, and then fairly highly diminished returns to get to this. We have 2 more days in which getting to this point would be nice. And then once we get to like stage 2 rewards I think are not that helpful. Also, it seems like where you started had a lot to do with where your season ranking was. So if I had been at Platinum or Diamond, I would have saved myself some time anyways. Right now I'm at Gold, and this is ending in like 7 days. So it's almost a catch-22. Play the dual rank and then don't get your ranked play victories, or play ranked play victories for the next event. We still need to play 4 more games, minimum of the Duelist Cup. Then solo mode stuff ends in 6 days. Then log in. Let's see. Apparently I didn't log in for 1 day so far into live. So now we have more things. We didn't even open a bonus pack today, and I think that's fine. We'll just not do that because that helps. That gives me a little bit of buffer. Like there is this weird catch-22, as it were, with old games that aren't really available for play. Let's turn on the blur. Because if I wanted to play Silent Hill 1, that source code, the rumor is that was completely lost, and so somebody would just have to make that from scratch. Probably wouldn't be that hard to remake Silent Hill 1 from scratch, although nobody really even talks about Silent Hill 1, so it must not be that interesting of a game, which does make an argument that perhaps they should just call the remake of Silent Hill 1 call the remake of Silent Hill 2 Silent Hill 1 and reboot the entire series, ignoring Silent Hill 1 completely. Which seems like what they're doing anyways. But yeah, if I wanted to play Silent Hill 2 right now, I'd probably have to get like a PlayStation ROM or whatever console version of it was released and then run it through an emulator. It's not available, I think, on PC in any kind of PC version, and that feels very much what this is that they have remade, or very possibly they're barely remaking and more just remastering Silent Hill 2, and it will play exactly the same and have exactly the same story and puzzles, whereas ideally there needs to be a full-on reboot. And I wouldn't put it past Konami to straight up do that very quickly, that they let Bloober, almost as an experiment, remake Silent Hill 2 as a faithful remake of the original game, and then they announce a year from now there is now a Silent Hill reboot series that's coming out. On the other hand, they may very well be doing the smarter thing and just establishing a soft reboot as a concept, in that there may be named Silent Hill games after this that will be the new Silent Hill games that Konami cares about. If this game is so close to completion, feels like we should have seen some more screenshots or teasers. And so you've got this humanoid blob here, and then there's a shadow of a humanoid blob back here, and you see some details in the car and details in the character. This is Unreal Engine 5, so I imagine this may have been presented as part of the Unreal event at GDC also. Let's see. Epic launched the Unreal editor for Fortnite alongside the new creator economy. The company will share 40% of item shop net revenue with island creators. So this feels like they have straight up tried to make a situation in which you could make horse armor for Fortnite and then sell it, and then 60% of that profit for the sales of the horse armor that in the past would have been free DLC created by Epic themselves will now instead line the pockets of Epic, when Epic did nothing to actually create the horse armor. And they've created a situation where the game of Fortnite itself is potentially just going to get worse and worse and worse with low quality horse armor or just more expensive garbage. It's weird here that this is the screenshot that Video Games Chronicle chose, because this definitely doesn't feel like Fortnite to see a big flying dragon or samurai character. It's the Unreal editor for Fortnite. Which somehow turns into UEFN. I don't know how that Unreal editor Fortnite being broken into two words. I guess when it's not two words, it should be UEFF, if anything. Should be Unreal Editor for Creators. And yeah, it's publishing games and experiences directly into Fortnite, turning Fortnite into this idea of it being a platform than it being a video game itself. And even in this example here, you can see some of this looks like Fortnite, but a lot of this looks like just some random third-person shooter game. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the default way the games are made, and the only real way you could make a game in Fortnite is that there's going to be a lot of running and gunning, and what a game is really going to be more like a random level pack, and changing gameplay mechanics or adding cutscenes or adding puzzles and things like that probably are not that doable, but maybe they are, and they just haven't shown that off yet. Here's the story I talked about before. Atari is acquiring the retro remaster specialist Night Dive Studios. The takeover will cost Atari $5 million in cash and $5 million in shares. Yeah, $10 million to acquire Night Dive Studios really, I guess, highlights that Night Dive Studios is not worth that much. Let's see. Night Dive was founded in 2012 by Sony Online Entertainment artists Steven and Alex Kick after Steven bought an old copy of System Shock 2 and realized the 1999 game didn't work on his computer. Let's see. Night Dive has ported several games and done a pretty good job on it, and they're currently working on remasters of System Shock 2, Rise of the Triad, and Sin. Yeah, they also hired Albert Martin, a RE4 fan who spent 8 years making the HD mod for Resident Evil 4. What's funny here is in the statement, Atari chairman and CEO said this. They don't even name who the CEO is. Night Dive's proven expertise and successful track record in commercializing retro IPs is well aligned with Atari's strategy, and I'm confident that their combined talent, technology, and IP portfolio will contribute to Atari's future success. Now, you know what? I might be confused here. Like, the Atari that exists now is definitely not the Atari that existed in the 1980s, 1970s. But I might be thinking of another company that's not called Atari that had the license to make an Atari console. That may have been the case. But yeah. Let's see what happens if we search Atari on Wikipedia. See if we can get a general idea. Corporate brand Atari. Atari is a brand known that has been owned by several entities since the inception in 1972. It's currently owned by a French company, Atari SA, formerly Infogrames, through a subsidiary named Atari Interactive. The original Atari Inc., founded in Sunnyvale, California, by Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney, was a pioneer in arcade games. In 1984, as a result of the video game crash, it was sold off to Jack Trammell Technology Limited, which was renamed itself to Atari Corporation. Then several other names. As of 2022, the current Atari focus is pushing several lines of business outside of video games, including cryptocurrency and video game themed hotels. In 2008, IESA completed the acquisition of Atari Inc. Its wholly owned subsidiary of IESA renamed itself to Atari SA. It sought bankruptcy protection under French law in January 2013. So, yeah. There is definitely some weirdness around Atari more than anything else. Here's what Atari looks like as far as their own website, where they were selling this $1,000 limited edition set of Atari games that had actual cartridges that worked, but definitely 10 Atari games for $1,000 is ridiculous. Even $85 for a watch. Notice that all of these also are sold out. Let's see, $300 for an Atari VCS, basically emulator of Atari games. Yep. Pixel Ripped seems like it's actually a somewhat new game, but yeah, they're saying here since 1972, which is just not really true at all. And you can see up here Web3. With Web3, it's cryptocurrency nonsense. Yeah. This definitely does not paint a particularly safe and happy possibility for Night Dive Studios. Does that mean inherently you should go and buy Shadow Man and some of the other Night Dive Studio games? Probably wouldn't be a terrible thought if you wanted to buy them now before the price potentially gets raised or Atari does something really crazy with them, taking them off for sale, adding cryptocurrency nonsense into it or NFTs into it. Like, any kind of stupidity very possibly could happen around this. And who knows what will really happen as far as System Shock 2 remake, if that comes out or if that's even good. Moving on, a new Switch system update improves stability and updates banned words. Version 16.0.1 is available for download now. I bet they don't give you a list of the banned words. Moving on, I guess Sonic Origins Plus will add 12 Game Gear games and a playable Amy Rose update. Sega has officially announced the expanded collection. Which I would have thought that Sonic Origins, if it was the game that was a collection of old Sonic games, you would have thought that that would have already have included all the Sonic games. The fact that there's potentially 12 other versions of Sonic that you can add, I think is fairly crazy. Remastering the games so they actually could work in widescreen, if they do play well and they are good remaster/ports, is a smart move. But inherently, you also have to admit that a lot of the Sonic games were just the same game being sold multiple times with very little changes, like putting Knuckles in Sonic 1 via a mod, effectively. They're adding 12 what looks like probably Game Gear games, and they're emphasizing Amy more as a character, where Amy, I'd have to do some research to even figure out when Amy showed up as a character. It feels like she probably was added in like a Sonic collection cartoon at some point. The Plus upgrade will reportedly contain 12 Sonic games released for the Game Gear, which would include Sonic 1, 2, Sonic Chaos, Mean Bean Machine, Sonic Drift, Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball, Triple Trouble Drift 2, Tails Sky Patrol, Tails Adventure, Sonic Labyrinth, and Sonic Blast. What this also highlights too is Sega really only had Sonic as a leader and mascot for their console. That's a lot of Sonic games. Although in all fairness, I wouldn't be surprised if there's somewhere close to 36 Mario games that were sold on the Game Boy alone, or Game Boy and Game Boy Color combined. So, yeah. Almost certainly most of these games are just worse versions of the games that already exist, but whatever. Is there anything else more that needs to be said here? Between Sonic Frontier potentially taking Sonic in a new direction that is potentially more playable to people who aren't obsessed with old school Sonic gameplay, and Sonic Origins potentially being good enough to be the collection of all the old Sonic games, they can set a 1-2 punch here where people who like the old Sonic buy Sonic Origins and are satisfied with that, and then people who still like Sonic buy Sonic Frontiers like games, Breath of the Wild equivalents, and go in a completely different direction. Compare that to Nintendo, where Nintendo has not re-released in any kind of collection the Zelda games that existed before Breath of the Wild. You can get some of the Zelda games piecemeal by paying a lot of money. Some of them you'd have to get through the eShop and download, some of them you have to buy. But, you know, Wind Waker is not available for purchase anywhere. So you couldn't play that game, and I'm sure there's probably 3 or 4 other Zelda games at minimum that are not playable on the Nintendo Switch at the moment. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Sony was Metacritic's highest rated publisher in 2022. The PlayStation maker beat Paradox Interactive to take the top spot. This is an interesting question as to how you would, as a publisher, get these rewards. This is the average Metacritic score of games, I guess, published by that publisher, which Sony potentially in 2022 released Last of Us Part 2 or Last of Us Part 1 and not much else. Particularly also you can manipulate this because Sony has a lot of subsidiaries or people that they fund through other publishing efforts that wouldn't be labeled under Sony Interactive Entertainment. That would almost certainly lower the score. And that inherently highlights how this is a list that means absolutely nothing to anybody, because every publisher is, if they're either going to publish only one game a year, if they're a somewhat small publisher, or they're having a slow year, or they're going to put out 2, 3, or 4 games and only one of them is going to matter to a gamer. So what does it matter really if Sony put out The Last of Us and then also published 4 or 5 other games that were terribly rated? That's bad overall for the gaming community, but it is not well explained in a system like this. It's noticeably surprising that Nintendo is not even in the top 10. Perhaps that's Weird. Nintendo was at number 12, EA was at 17, Bandai Namco 24, Ubisoft at 38. Yeah, I just don't feel like that list is particularly helpful or informative. But I bet the publishing companies look at lists like that and take more notice than they should. Elden Ring's latest update has added ray tracing support. I'm sure people will be happy about that. It's for PC and Xbox and PlayStation 5. Notice they missed the letter in here, so it's not add PC, it was supposed to be and PC. Xbox owners can play Resident Evil 4 right now by changing their region to New Zealand to unlock the game early. I don't know if it's really that necessary to do that. You've been waiting decades potentially to play a remake around Resident Evil 4 if you ever expected a Resident Evil 4 remake, which I don't know why you would. You could wait a little bit longer without jumping through hoops and potentially getting flagged or banned by doing that. I wouldn't be surprised if changing your region to New Zealand locks you into New Zealand for at least 24 hours before you could change it back. I did see under DF Retro's coverage of Resident Evil 4 them talk about how the first house you go into is much more realistic as a house. It's much bigger and more of a video game level, whereas the first house in Resident Evil 4 originally was a long L-shaped hallway that goes into a dining room with a fireplace, and then from that dining room and fireplace there is another hallway that just has a stairs that goes upwards that has no rooms upstairs at all, and you just jump through the window. But yeah, architecturally that makes no sense. There's no bathrooms, there's no bedrooms, there's no rooms at all. It's a shack that has wall distinctions for no reason other than cinematically they wanted it to look that way. So now in this new generation of having potentially infinite storage and much more resources to develop a building, they have decided to build a building that actually makes sense and is realistic. It effectively quadruples the amount of time you have to walk from the very, very beginning of Resident Evil 4 before you get into that first level, that first building, that first house, which takes about a minute in the original Resident Evil 4. So 4 minutes of walking through a creepy forest to establish creepiness and be more horrific. Your mileage will almost certainly vary on whether you appreciate that or not, but you know, it does make some sense. The first playthrough of Resident Evil 4 should be a horrific playthrough and feel like a horrific playthrough instead of it immediately potentially being just an action playthrough where you're running and gunning and just shooting people like crazy. Your second, third playthrough will definitely be an action playthrough where you're running and gunning. Though they also have added like quick changing on the D-pad for weapons instead of going into the menu, so it definitely won't play anything like Resident Evil 4 originally played. It's going to play more like a modern game, which is fine. I am going to keep an ear out certainly for every little complaint around Resident Evil 4, because the game is so well being received at the moment. It is potentially a game that's just going to get 10 out of 10s across the board that I really am just going to have to nitpick to do any kind of potential criticism. And yeah, so far I really haven't seen it. The biggest complaints so far were before launch, Ashley's outfit being changed, and personally just Leon not really looking like Leon to me. But if that's the biggest complaint the entire game I can possibly make for around the entire game, then it is basically a perfect game. Moving on, Amazon.com is turning its boxes into question mark blocks to promote Mario movies, which they have done that with several other things. Notably here, when you look at like this picture though, they still have the same Amazon Prime tape that they're using, and depending on how lucky you get, the boxes are going to be in either good shape or more likely in pretty rough shape, as you can see here. Plus, yeah, at a certain level, this way up, signs, barcodes, all of that is going to create not the most pure question mark block depiction you could do. If you wanted to make a question mark block yourself, you could probably get a vinyl wrap to do that around a cardboard box yourself, or print off things or paint things yourself. Print out a stencil maybe and paint it yourself. There is several kids movies coming out over the course of this year. Mario, Ninja Turtles, Enter the Spider-Verse 2. So it will be a pretty decent year to take your kids to the movie theaters if you so want to, and if they actually even care about it. It's becoming increasingly less likely that you need to or would want to go to a movie theater. There was a probably pricing mistake deal that I saw from a YouTuber for what was normally $120 kind of high quality budget projector that could do up to 200 inches if you bought a 200-inch screen, and it was like usually $200 or so, and it was on a lightning deal on Amazon and $70 off, so it was down to $130, which is just a stupid easy price to buy a projector. If you need a projector, you still have to buy a screen and still have to have a room that's going to be fairly dark. So you buy a screen, you might very well end up spending another $130 on the screen, depending on the size and the quality of the screen, which you want a really good quality on that. But yeah, potentially spending $500 overall with buying curtains and screens, and the projector is still going to be way cheaper than the equivalent of buying a 100-inch OLED, which would be closer to $5,000 at minimum, and I don't even think they sell 200-inch or very much bigger than 100-inch flat panel screens. Flat panel screens at that price range theoretically should be like absolutely perfect and look way better than a projector, but yeah, it's kind of hard to even compare it based on the price. Moving on, Everywhere's first details have been revealed, along with former GTA's boss secret second AAA game. Mind's Eye will be a narrative action game that will be available through Everywhere. Build a Rocket Boy, the studio that helmed by a former Grand Theft Auto boss Leslie Benez, has revealed its first information about its game Everywhere and its secret second AAA game. Well, if I had more time I might look more into this, but I think mostly what I would say as far as Everywhere in the secret second game is I'd like more details and more focus when it's closer to being released than to be teased on something called Everywhere that feels like it might very well be an attempt at just a game that is like Super Meat Boy, not Super Meat Boy, what is that other one, Sackboy? Yeah, that's not the name of it either. A game where you potentially are just moving assets around and creating your own levels and everything, and you can do multiple things, racing cars, running and shooting. If that is all the same game, I don't even know if this is all the same game or if this is two games being merged together. And that's part of the problem too, is you've you've brought two very separate things together as far as teaser trailers. Like, this mind's eye game here definitely does not feel like it would be inside of everywhere. This feels very much like a regular game. Where everywhere, which is kind of what I assume this is, and this is, and this is, still feels like three different games. More details, I think, are necessary. Next week's free Epic Games Store title has been confirmed. It's Toonshay, not to be confused with Touche, although actually to be confused with it, because I think that is really where it's coming from, is that it is a it is a cartoon touche game, which they threw Hat Girl in there, which I feel like confuses the visual aesthetic, because all the other characters are supposed to be these tribal kind of Native American type characters, and I assume this is a boy because he's not wearing a bra and she is, but maybe not. Long hair, looks like a skirt. See if we can get a bit more trailer as to what it was. If I recall correctly, this is mostly a player versus player fighting game. Yeah, it's not a player versus player, it's a beat 'em up team based fighting game. Big combos, which, yeah, looks fine. Something almost like Castle Crashers, I would say. And then they threw in Super Hat Girl. So, like, this character apparently turns into a bird and has special abilities around that. And this character has earth fighting abilities. And Super Hat Girl just has magical electric powers and other things from her game. She definitely feels out of place. At a certain level, Super Hat Girl would make more sense if she was going to different planets and meeting different people, and that was just the way her game series went. But then it almost feels like this should be Super Hat Girl presents Toonshay. And I guess, yes, this character does have wing arms. Okay. It's kind of weird, though, that it is a game that I don't feel like has been even out yet, and it's coming out as just a free Epic game. And here we can see they've just moved to a different video. Let's see, Lord of the Rings Golem finally has a release date. The game will arrive in May following several delays. Let's see, what is the exact release date here? Let's see. Video Games Chronicle is still failing to actually tell you the exact release date. Yeah, unless it's up here somewhere and I missed it. Yeah, it's way up here. Sorry, I missed it. May 25th. Okay, good. Let it come out on May 25th. We'll see if the Lord of the Rings people actually play video games in the first place, and if they do, whether they enjoy this game or not. If anything, it feels like this is a game that's been long delayed, and it now may very well need to be rushed out just before the new Warner Brothers cancels all its licenses, or even Lord of the Rings estate cancels all of its licenses as things have changed over the years. We don't care about Video Game Chronicles podcast, which they are just advertising that like it's news in their news tags, which is not accurate at all. Resident Evil 4 Remake will add the Mercenary mode as free DLC in April. Capcom has also released a launch trailer for the game, which is out today. So today is the day it's out. Anyways. A VR mode as free DLC for PS5 and PlayStation VR 2 is also coming. The Mercenaries mode very much probably won't change too much from what it was originally in the game. So I think your mileage may vary fairly a lot as to how much you really would want to play the Mercenaries mode. I'd hate for them to have made like 25 or 50 levels in mercenary mode and then people waste a bunch of time playing that when all the good experience is going to be in the main game anyways. Plus things have just changed nowadays and you don't need to keep players playing past the point of the actual content you have. So having modes where you're spawned into a level you've already seen and then enemies randomly spawn and you have to kill as many enemies as possible to get points or find hourglasses to give you more time to find more enemies to kill. Like, that doesn't really need to exist at all. I would not have been upset if they had said we're not going to make the Mercenaries mode at all, but I can understand that they might expect that somebody might be upset by that, so they would potentially end up adding a small Mercenaries mode just to make sure nobody complains. Really, if it has 4 to 8 levels and only takes 30 minutes to an hour to defeat Mercenaries mode, I think that is probably good enough for most people. And by defeat I mean just unlock everything. Apparently a darker, more mature Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game is in development. The Last Ronin is based on the 2020 graphics novel. There is weirdness, certainly, that you do a darker, more mature Ninja Turtles ever, but even right now, because that Ninja Turtles cinema movie that's coming out, I think they have literal kids voice acting the Ninja Turtles in that and just improving that and doing very young Ninja Turtles, barely teenage Ninja Turtles or preteen teenage Ninja Turtles. Which, yeah, I just don't feel like Ninja Turtles needs to be dark. Even in Ninja Turtles 2 and Ninja Turtles 1, there was actual visual darkness problems, but thematic darkness problems also that just don't need to exist. I swear I'm hearing birds outside my house and I'm assuming it's real birds and not something else. Like, yeah, I'd have to assume that that's real birds. But yeah, as far as like the other video games, like Ninja Turtles is popular. I think mostly popular when it goes more close to its cartoony presentations. Arguably, the original Ninja Turtles was a darker comic book, but the comic book definitely didn't outsell the video games or the cartoons, so just focus on what people expect and don't go crazy with it. Plus, I don't think you can really do too much with a more darker Ninja Turtles narrative. Anyways, it's like, yeah, even ninjas in general, leave the turtles out of it. If you're going to tell the tale of a ninja story, it's probably going to sell a lot better if it is more cartoony than realistic. Moving on, the Switch's Nintendo 64 controller is back in stock in the UK, according to Video Games Chronicle. Blizzard expects unprecedented traffic and queue times for Diablo 4's open beta. While we know that it can be frustrated, we need queues to properly stress test our service, which unprecedented for a brand new game is obvious, but yeah. If anything, too much of this, them actually doing an open beta when they probably should have done a closed beta first to scale up and spin up servers, would have probably been the right move, because now they're potentially telling people who don't understand that this is an actual open beta to expect traffic, unprecedented traffic and queue times when the game actually launches. And yeah, even if the game does launch perfectly, they very possibly are going to lose 5, 10, 20% of their potential audience because people who tried to get into the beta just could not get into it or had a bad experience. The idea of an open beta in general is just stupid. It just shouldn't be allowed. A certain concept, perhaps there should be laws against selling unfinished products in the first place without major warnings or major caveats. In video games, it's not that big of a deal, but if you were to try and sell an open beta version of, say, a pacemaker to people, that would totally be illegal. Or an open beta version of pasteurized milk, in the sense that it may be pasteurized or it may not, that would be illegal. Or an open beta version of a car that maybe doesn't have seatbelts working or airbags working, that would be illegal. So the only difference is an open beta as an idea in a video game causes only frustration and mental harm and waste the time of people, whereas everything else I've listed potentially would cause physical harm, if not death. But that isn't really that big of a difference. Mental harm and the eventual death from frustration is a thing, certainly. Moving on, trailers revealed the new post-Ash era Pokemon anime is called Pokemon Horizons. The final episode of Pokemon Ultimate Journeys aired in Japan, so they are done with Ash Ketchum. I won't show this trailer. We'll blur this trailer since it's Pokemon. I've shown everything else though, so I may get copyright claimed for something else. And we'll see if this plays. Right, so you have a big new animation style for the anime girl, and she has this special necklace. She seems to be in an actual school, Japanese school outfit, and in a urban environment building. And she fell off the top of the building. There's a big floating blimp and some other things. I don't think this is a case where she's getting isekai'd to a different world that also has Pokemon in it. Which it almost felt like that would be the case when she fell off the building. Now they're showing the guy with his special Pokeball for half a second, but so far this has been very focused on the girl. Yeah, they aren't really doing a good job with this teaser trailer image to show how different the world looks now. Like, when Pokemon was first established, it definitely had more of this is a partial, like, old school Japan world where there's fewer buildings and the buildings are one story and stand alone, but they also have magical sci-fi technology in the Pokeballs and the Poke Centers. This definitely feels like they've animated a world that is much closer to you're living in Tokyo, where the Kanto region definitely felt more like it was some small, distant Japanese village that was much smaller and less densely populated. And the school outfit definitely stands out in that it is just a generic brown outfit and skirt, whereas every other fashion you've ever seen in Pokemon anime has been bright and colorful. And you can see even in the teaser she's in a bright and colorful designed outfit, not just a generic brown school uniform. So it does lend me with the thought that Ash Ketchum, if he does show up in this anime, he may be very old. Like very, very old. 80, 90 years old. To just say this is a whole new generation, this is a whole new world. Technology is almost certainly going to play a bigger role. There's going to be more people around. The Pokemon are going to be different, and that potentially might imply that more Pokemon have been migrated to Japan. There seems to be like no control to potentially move Pokemon from one region to another region. It could be that this also takes place in a completely different region and it is the same time frame, but I bet it isn't. I bet this is going to be more in the future than we think. But yeah, it's almost pointless to speculate around what this new Pokemon anime is going to be. It is more questionable as far as just how many new kids are going to get into this new Pokemon anime and start to like that, or how many people are going to just say this is not my Ash Ketchum and not bother to watch it. Sequels tend to never really succeed more than the original series. Pokemon might be an exception to that. So yeah, it'll be interesting just to see how well received the anime is and whether there is a new audience of new kids willing to watch that, because I suspect that the old kids may not continue to watch Pokemon, and the adults who grew up watching Pokemon may not continue to watch it. It very easily could be a Dragon Ball GT to Dragon Ball Z situation, which isn't even really a fair comparison because that ignores Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z being the sequel to Dragon Ball. Moving on, UK regulators now say that the Microsoft Activision merger won't significantly lessen competition in console gaming. Update Microsoft's response to the CMA narrowing the scope of its concerns about the deal. So basically, the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK has narrowed their scope down to being concerned about only a few things. Let's see. They said on Friday, after receiving fresh evidence that alleviated some of its concerns about the $69 billion deal, they've updated the provisional findings, which almost certainly feels to me, as an outsider and a paranoid outsider looking in, like Microsoft bribed the right politicians enough so they updated their provisional findings, or there was just enough evidence to overwhelm their provisional findings so that they would update it. Still seems like they're somewhat involved, though. They haven't just rubber stamped it and given it green light. But yeah, it definitely feels like in the US and the UK, merger is probably going through. Maybe in Europe it doesn't. That would just, to me, it seemed like that would block them acquiring King, and then it would just be Activision and Blizzard being acquired by Microsoft, and then King being spun off as its own company. And that's very possible. What could happen is that any one country could say no, and then Activision Blizzard would just sell off the company assets in that country and then try to be acquired again. That's more than likely what would happen. Moving on, Resident Evil 4 Remake is the series' biggest Steam launch to date. The game has attracted over 125,000 PC players on its launch day. I don't really understand why people want to play games on the exact launch day. Why not at least give it a week? I guess maybe if you're um, surrounded by people talking about the games and your friends are all playing it and hyped about it, it makes sense. But if you have any real control around people spouting spoilers around you or um, hype in general, wait a week, see if there's a patch, see if there's some feedback there. Don't play the game day one and then have a bunch of bugs or micro stuttering and irritating you. There's just no reason for it. Like, generally speaking, the best way to play PC games is wait until a Steam sale, until it's at least 10% off. Don't pay the full $60 plus for a game. Get a little bit of a discount. Wait till it's been patched. Wait till it's been reviewed. Wait till any possible little problems have been polished away. Even as a YouTuber, that's how I play. Although I guess if my YouTube channel was making a ton of money, I probably would buy games on day one and try to play them a lot quicker. That being said, there aren't too many YouTubers that even do that. That's mostly Twitch streamers, and I've yet to see a lot of Twitch streamers really even succeed by playing brand new games on day one. You can get hype if you're like within the first few hours of a game being released on Twitch or YouTube, but that instant hype disappears after 6-8 hours. Then you're just throwing your video out to the algorithm and hoping somebody decides they want to watch it. Moving on, Lance Reddick, the actor who died, will feature in future Destiny content. Bungie confirms studio pays tribute to the actor who died recently. I assume that means they've already filmed or recorded and voice acted some of his presentations. Like, otherwise it would be weird for them to continue to use his likeness or try and have somebody fake his voice. I hear that there are definitely some people that can fake your voice pretty good if you're a famous person. I suspect that famous people who don't want to do dubbing or redo lines possibly have a voice actor that sounds almost exactly like them or exactly like them on their payroll, and they send out the person that sounds like them but probably doesn't look like them to redub lines or do voiceover a lot of times. So there is always that possibility that Lance Reddick has somebody in his contact list that sounded like him, and they can just call that guy to post-mortem pretend to be Lance Reddick. Let's see. Capcom is working on a fix for the flickering lights issue on Resident Evil 4 for PS5. Company has offered some workarounds ahead of the planned update. So, yeah. It definitely seems like there is potentially some bugs. Although flickering lights issue may not be the biggest issue ever. But obviously there's already a planned patch and update. And that would be very disappointing if there's all this hype around Resident Evil 4 and people singing its praise, and then eventually tomorrow, the next day, we get reviews coming out and going, actually, we played the game all the way through and it's a buggy mess and it just needs a patch terribly. It's micro stuttering like crazy after the first act, or there's a whole problem. I still have yet to have anybody mention anything past the lake section or even up to the lake section, so I have no idea if the story drastically changes, if there is an island section, for instance, at all, or if there is a castle section even. I assume there would be a castle section, but I wouldn't be surprised if the island section somewhat changes. Let's see. The PlayStation 5 God of War Ragnarok console bundle has been discounted by $50. Retailers knock 9% off the bundle's regular price, which $559. going down to $509. That's not a terrible deal. Get a PlayStation 5 and a God of War Ragnarok game for basically free. Not a terrible deal. And then our last Video Games Chronicle article for today. Cosmetics retailer Lush has launched a limited edition Mario movie product range. If anything, this feels like somehow the Mario movie had got the licensing rights to Mario, and so now you're getting these like backdoor product tie-ins, which Lush as a makeup definitely feels out of place, because to me Mario always felt like more of a masculine type product, so the tie-in just does not feel particularly good. Although in all fairness, Mario McDonald's toys didn't make much sense either, and if this was Mario shaving kits for men, that wouldn't make any more sense than makeup would for women, which I assume makeup's for women. Perhaps that's an assumption these days I shouldn't make. There was a lot of this slapping Mario on everything that happened in the old days, and eventually it led to market saturation and just very low quality tie-ins. Inherently, these probably should be collected by a collector too, because these are very much likely to get used up or dried out and not be available. Which, yeah, the Texas Pinball Festival is happening, and part of that is that it is in the same city, Frisco, Texas, as the National Video Game Museum. So YouTubers going to the Texas Pinball Festival and setting that up went to the National Video Game Museum and walked around and showed off what that looks like. And yes, that museum does not look as full of items as it could be if I added my Nintendo collection to it. So yeah, it would just be a matter of storage. Like, it is a pretty decently sized area, but it's not a giant museum by any means. It doesn't have wings, and so if I was to add my collection to it, and if my collection is in any shape at all for it to be displayed, I'm not going to say it would double the amount of stuff to have to display, but it would have a significant amount more to display. They'll have to sort through it, and that probably would take them years. Of course, that also then brings about the other problem, though, is that how well funded can you trust any museum to be, in the sense that you donate a collection to it, and this is definitely first world problems. Maybe the museum goes out of business, and then the whole collection ends up in a private collector's hands or auctioned off or things like that. But yeah, having my Nintendo collection in my garage, it needs to be addressed, and I've never gotten around to actually addressing it. Alright, let's start talking about the Gematsu articles now. I really gotta stop talking about the cosplay stuff, obviously. Like, I spent 40 minutes warming up talking about that when I should have just been talking about news. These streams are getting too long because of it. And I'm not really saying anything there, I'm just, like, highlighting lewd cosplayers. Voice of Cards Trilogy is now available for iOS and Android, alongside a series bundle for existing platforms, according to Gematsu, which is a turn-based, card-based RPG game, it looks like. Yoko Taro seems to be involved. I think he was one of the people involved in one of the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, this trailer's not really showing a lot, and it has this whole sepia tone over it. 3 games all merged together, Square Enix publisher. All 3 titles were previously released on several other things. So, Voice of Cards Dragon Roar is on my wish list, to give you just a general idea of what it looks like. And it doesn't look terrible. So them bringing that to mobile is probably not a terrible idea. It does look like the kind of game that would make sense to go to mobile. A game called Fragments Note 2 Plus has been announced for Switch. This is an interesting pencil sketch animation style here. I don't know if that's really what the game is. First launched in Japan as 2 separate releases. The English versions were released in 2016. So it feels more like it's a mobile phone game. It's a romance visual novel. Wizardry, the 5 Ordeals DLC scenario, Prisoners of Battle, launches March 30th. This looks like an old game. There definitely was an old game called Wizardry. But I don't know if Wizardry, the 5 Ordeals is a remake. Yeah, this was made in 2006. So it has some relevancy. That being said, this is exactly the kind of game I would have really hated to play on PC back in 2006. This is the best they possibly could do. And this is really what Skyrim destroyed, and thank goodness it did destroy, as far as these dungeon crawlers with no graphics and where you have to control via buttons at best and tons of stats with, yeah, pretty bad graphics. This is interestingly labeled as an early access game from 2021 still. But yeah, there's relevancy there, but not enough. I would maybe potentially play some of the early Elder Scrolls games, but I definitely wouldn't want to play Wizardry. You could certainly take the name Wizardry and some of the concepts of Wizardry and make a new Elder Scrolls type game that was 3D and open world, and that might interest me. And dungeon crawlers in general are not completely gone. We still have some of those, but they tend to be Japanese dungeon crawlers with anime characters, and even those I don't think are particularly popular. Moving on, Gamatsu says a new authentic visual novel called Deep One is coming to PS4 and Switch on July 27th in Japan, which you don't know if there's anything more we can really take from that. The game itself may just be called Deep One, but New Authentic Battle visual novel may be a series. Nameless developed New Authentic Battle visual novel, Deep One. Elden Ring version 1.09 update is now available. It adds ray tracing support for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. We had already talked about that. Lego 2K Drive announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. I got some more information around that and saw some more things. Overall, it looks like it might be a decent game, but there is a ridiculous amount of expense around it. And the expense definitely is a red flag that I think you would want to hold off before buying anything. The standard edition is selling for $70, first of all. So this is already breaking the price defaults that we've seen of $60 for PS5 and Xbox Series, $60 if you get it on the Switch PC. They're putting PC below PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series, even. but PS4, Xbox One, and PC. But then if you spend $100, you get the Awesome Edition that includes a new vehicle, vehicle flare, and in-game Lego minifig. Players will also receive 1 year of Drive Pass, which will introduce all new biomes, in addition to 4 individual post-launch seasons of Drive Pass content, each of which has new vehicles and themes. But then you could also buy the Awesome Rivals Edition for $120, which includes multiple new vehicles, vehicle flare, and in-game Lego minifigurines instead of just one. Players will also receive 1 year of Drive Pass, which introduces a new biome and 4 individual post-launch seasons of Drive Pass content, each of which new vehicles and themes. So there's a season pass here that you're buying into on top of that, but also it seems like there are pre-order bonuses tied into it, and even if these were great add-ons, the prices are just insanely high. And this is asking quite a lot to have faith in Take-Two when their first move is to announce really expensive prices. Also, I don't know what a Drive Pass really adds to a driving game, as far as a season pass adding to a driving game. And I don't know if driving really is the focus that you want in a Lego game. Ideally, I have to lean to more towards the point of hoping this fails and that this teaches Lego and 2K that you can't make a kid's game this expensive and expect it to succeed. But also, I'm hoping it fails to teach Lego that driving games based around Lego are not the way to go, because that's not really going to work. If you were going to make a driving game around Lego, it probably needs to be a mostly free-to-play type game that is really just promoting other Lego games. You can definitely have driving in other Lego games, but driving alone as the main gameplay mechanic just does not seem like something that would work. The Famitsu sales have been updated for the 13th to the 19th. Let's see what we see here. Bayonetta Origins for the Switch takes number 6 with 6,474 units sold in Japan, and that resets all top 6 to Nintendo Switch games, with then Hogwarts Legacy being knocked down to number 7. I think it was knocked down. And then you've got Nintendo Switch games all the way till number 12, which is the Wulong Fallen Dynasty. The only other new game is way down here, Stranger of Sword City Revisited for number 27. So despite Nintendo dominating the software sales, the hardware sales still being dominated by the PlayStation 5, but in fairness, not by much, because if you were to add the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Digital Edition, you get 40,000, but if you were to add the Switch and OLED model and the Switch Lite, you're getting 48,000 units. So Switch overall, these 3 Switch models versus the 2 PlayStation 5 models, Switch is still winning. PlayStation 4 could still be added to the PlayStation 5 sales, and it still doesn't matter. Xbox Series X and S still in small numbers, and new 2DS still selling, which is a little shocking. That screenshot they had for Bayonetta was, I think, a weird screenshot, because it didn't really feel like the way they were depicting her in other screenshots. That may have been an early sample, or maybe just an odd angle. Moving on, the Caligula Effect Overdose for PS5 launches May 30th in North America and June 2nd in Europe. I don't think I'll say anything more than it's a JRPG, turn-based RPG. Seven Deadly Sins Origin has some GDC 2023 gameplay, 3 minutes of footage. This is going to be a PC smartphone game. There's a lot of Seven Deadly Sins animes on Netflix that were, I think, in part funded by Netflix, which I think would make it difficult to. I think there's just too much story to potentially try and make video games around it at this point. I know that there's been a couple other Seven Deadly Sin games, at least one I can think of, but it didn't really interest people, and I imagine this won't really interest people. Let's see. A game called Behind the Frame, The Finest Scenery VR has been announced. Release date and platforms not being announced though. So, I mean, that's almost an announcement with no substance to it. Akapara Games, not to be confused with Annapurna Games. So you see this VR painting, and by painting things in VR, are you affecting the world you're seeing? Or, yeah, it seems like it's potentially a puzzle game where you're affecting the world around you, but maybe not, because I'm not really seeing the world change or interact with it. But very noticeably, you're not really painting here. So, yeah, that's not very interesting. A game called Little Friends Puppy Island has been announced for Switch and PC and due out this summer. I'm always on the lookout for like a Nintendogs, Cats type game, and that might be what this is. Of course, this inherently comes down to, will this have DLC, or will this be a kid-friendly game? And inherently, I assume any game with DLC is not really kid-friendly, particularly microtransaction DLC. You might run into a situation where there's only 3 or 4 types of dogs, which that could be a little limiting, but it may not be that limiting. And maybe they're creating a situation where the dogs are on this own safe island where they just live and are taken care of. Seems like there's a human involved because they were seeing leashes instead of potentially a world where the dogs are alone by themselves and living on their own. Yeah, we've seen other cartoons and things where dogs were superheroes or they could talk, and that breaks things. Now, not really showing a lot there, but that does look interesting enough. Yeah. Everywhere's blockbuster game Mind's Eye teaser trailer. So there's an upcoming game called Everywhere, and then there's a game called Mind's Eye Inside of it Everywhere. It really just confuses the issues. And then these screenshots really just confuse the issue even more. Kometsu didn't figure it out any more than Video Games Chronicles as far as explaining how that all breaks down, what screenshot is for what. Puzzle Bobble Everywhere opening movie Baron's Town Endless Stage has been revealed. Which, for a Puzzle Bobble game, that screenshot looks very different. You wouldn't really expect a 3D overworld when this is your gameplay mechanic that you're going to play with. Interesting, they didn't really go for widescreen here, which maybe breaks the way the game would play. But they do go for widescreen when you have 4 players. Well, that looks like a good modern twist on an old game like Puzzle Bobble. Fighting EX Layer video tease possible new version of Sidestepping with an update here. What's the update say? Update. A 3rd video was published. Okay. For fighting game fans, I'm sure sidestepping may be something, a new version of sidestepping may be something that's big news, but for people who don't really know what sidestepping is, I'm sure it doesn't mean anything, and I'm one of those people that doesn't know really what sidestepping means to a fighting game. I kind of know what they mean, but I'm not sure I fully understand it. A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Last Ronin action RPG is in development. It being an action RPG is an interesting twist as far as what would be the RPG elements to add. The Last Ronin must be that spin-off story where there's only one Ninja Turtle left and the other three had been killed, and Splinter had been killed, because you see you have a black masked Ninja Turtle, and the big reveal at the end of that comic was which Ninja Turtle it was. And you can see on his belt he has multiple weapons from other Ninja Turtles. So, yeah. That story, I guess, was darker, more mature. And I guess that comic did probably sell pretty well, so I could see maybe why you'd make a video game around it, but it also would make a lot of sense to not make a video game around it. Inherently, you run into this problem where comics are just so under promoted that you kind of have to put them in a different media for anybody to see them. Like the Sandman on Netflix, for instance. Sandman comics should have been seen by way more people, and even the Netflix Sandman story is still not going to be seen by as many people as I think should have seen it. Let's see, Sonic Origins Plus announced for everything. We had already talked about that. Let's see. Seems to be some different pricings as far as different versions. Sonic Origins really though highlights how you've got these old games that you could definitely get as ROMs and emulate, and that may still be the best way to play them, but at least there's an option to spend a reasonable amount of money to get to own new ports of those games and support Sega a little bit and play them if you don't want to go through the whole hassle of using ROMs or finding ROMs and emulators. Let's see, Smash VRS launches June 23rd and the demo is now available according to Komatsu. Lord of the Rings Golem launches May 25th for basically everything except for Switch, which will come out later. Sludge Life 2 has been announced for PC, due out in 2023. Sludge Life 1 is currently free on Steam. Sludge Life as a game looks very weird, but yeah, why not grab it? And that's exactly what I did, because I downloaded it when I saw this was free. A game called Boundary launches in early access for PC on April 13th. It's a multiplayer warfare in zero gravity, if that sounds interesting to you. The Fox Awaits Me Hana launches November 2nd for the Switch. It's a romance visual novel available in English and more. So you've got some anime Fox girls. Yep. We'll move forward on that. I guess there was somebody that had told a Japanese company that doing this kind of animation where they would have like fox ears, cat ears, might violate some kind of bestiality laws in some country, and there was some small controversy around that, and it seemed just ridiculous. Like any kind of bestiality porn laws, you would think would only make sense if they are A, protecting actual animals, or at the very least protecting the depiction, again, like making illegal the depiction of actual animal characters, not anthropomorphic humans or anthropomorphized animals. Like at a certain point, this is an attack on the artistic culture, because there are so many cat girls in Japan. So many times cat girls have been depicted in anime to make that illegal on a flimsy premise that protects no real being, animal or human, that really is just an attack on culture. If, in contrast, say, Russia said you could not depict the United States flag in video games anywhere on some flimsy premise, you would know immediately that would be because Russia is just trying to destroy the culture of the United States. Actually, there's a much better example. China, you can't depict Tiananmen Square anywhere, but also I imagine you can't depict Hong Kong's original independent flag or Taiwan's independent original flags. I bet those are all illegal too, as a way of trying to kill off the culture, commit some small level of cultural genocide. Of course, some of those examples are way worse than killing off cat girls, but for the fans of cat girls, it's still a big deal. It's still an attack on freedom of speech and freedom of expression, particularly when you're talking about cartoon depictions. Moving on, Hyenas reveals a playable character called Hero Key. I have no idea what game this is, though, or what that is. It's a chaotic extraction shooter called Hyenas. Hero Key looks like Sonic. I feel like this game Hyenas was announced and then I immediately forgot about it. That's probably what happened and why I just don't recognize what Hyenas even is. Moving on, Arc Runner launches April 27th according to Gamatsu. Another game that I don't know anything about. A roguelite action game. A game called After Us launches May 23rd for the PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. Navigating stunning platforming environments in an abstract world to salvage souls of extinct animals. See what this trailer looks like. Fantasy blood, partial nudity, mild violence. So it looks artsy fartsy in the visuals. I hope we aren't at the point where they're claiming partial nudity is because that character... Oh, no. Partial nudity would be the frozen people in the statue and their buttocks showing back there. Like, it would be really crazy for this, like, skin suit type depiction of the character you play as to be considered partial nudity. Because if skin suits and leotards start being considered partial nudity, then that would be a step too far. So it's a platforming game, and you're a very small pixie-like character looking for the souls of animals. And time seems to be kind of frozen because there's a car floating in air, and all the humans are naked in the sense that they've either been turned into monsters or their clothes dissolved away. Seems like they've been turned into monsters. Definitely feels like this is a nature's good, humans bad story. Well, this overall looks kind of interesting. It could be kind of nothing, too. Depends on just how long it is, how well it's written, and how much it plays. How well it plays. A game called Synced for PC launches this summer. Console versions are due out at a later date. It's a rogue looter third-person shooter. So I would assume something similar to like a Borderlands type experience. A lot of different robot suit armor things by the looks of it. Okay. Looks like it might be something. Almost has like an Anthem-like feel to it. But yeah, I will wait until people review this to see if this somehow becomes very popular. This might be also very multiplayer focused, and so it might be a very popular game that I still don't play or cover. I need to hurry up. A psychological horror game, adventure game called Decarnation launches in May for the Switch and PC. Which, let's check out the Steam depiction then. Yep. Zoomed out kind of horror visuals, a lot of body horror stuff. It almost looks like it might be an RPG Maker game, but I don't think it really is. I'll give that a chance to put it on the follow list. But yep. Not really a lot to go off of other than it looks like a adventure game. Park Beyond launches June 16th. A PC closed beta test is set for May 9th. There you can see Pac-Man decorations, so I assume Capcom is somehow involved in this. Yeah, we can also see Plants vs. Zombies. Bandai Namco? Does Bandai Namco own Park Beyond? I assume this is a park simulation game. Yeah, it says simulation. An arcade action game called Pizza Possum has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Which, yeah. It's hard to really tell what this is gonna be all about. But it does catch my attention somewhat. So I'll go ahead and put that on the follow list too. Yeah, I've changed the way I'm doing things now, so if I see something that actually interests me, I'm going to put it on the following list even if it doesn't have a release date. Kill It With Fire VR launches April 13th. It's a kill a spider with fire VR game. Nice gimmick game if you have VR. Not that interesting, I'm sure, if you don't have VR. Another Fisherman's Tale has a gameplay trailer if you want to check that out. It's a VR quest simulation game, so seems like multiple VR games are announced. Seems to have a lot to do with swapping out different types of hands, which is a somewhat interesting gimmick. A roguelite top-down shooter called AK Exolato launches in 2023 for the PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Yeah. Check out the Steam page. Top-down twin-stick shooter might have something to it. Might not. Fort Solis adds a PS5 version and has a gameplay trailer if you want to check that out. It's a science fiction horror game, it seems. Walking around, looks kind of like an adventure horror game. Assuming that some of this actually is gameplay and this isn't just all cutscenes. They are calling that a gameplay trailer. That definitely highlights, looking at that trailer, the problem with trailers going forward is that the gameplay may look so much like a cutscene that you can't tell the difference and don't even realize that the player is playing. Moving on, a multiplayer first-person shooter Combat Champions has been announced for PC. Check that out, I guess, if you're interested. This is kind of the epitome of the type of game I would be interested in. Could be good. It could be a nice Fortnite clone, and there is definitely room for making a Fortnite clone that somehow is on Steam and maybe would have a mobile version to compete with Fortnite on cell phones. I don't know if you could ever really luck out to get an audience, though, to make Fortnite work on Steam alone or Steam and cell phones. Again, a roguelite first-person shooter called Battle Shapers has been announced for PC. And this literally just seems very similar to the other roguelite first-person shooter, these are third-person shooter games. Like, looks fairly generic visually to me. Stranded Alien Dawn launches April 25th for the PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. It's currently in early access on PC. This almost feels like a Stardew Valley with just the somewhat unique premise of being on an alien planet because you were stranded and then having to just establish your culture and your city with modern technology on a weird world, which that's not the worst idea ever as far as just how you would have a base building game and not getting too into the weeds literally with farming or too into the weeds of just trying to find a romance in a standard Stardew Valley type environment where the world is already established. A town building simulation game, Go Town, has been announced for the PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Switch, and PC. I should have just said everything. It's funny to have two town building simulation games back to back. That being said, this obviously is a more cartoony looking one. I'll say cartoony, I won't say kid friendly because you never really know. And frankly, kid friendly town building simulation games aren't likely to exist. Let's see. Viewfinder gameplay trailer and screenshots are available if you want to look at that. This is the one of maybe 2 or 3 of these games where looking at things through the camera changes the reality or perspective on the world. Holding up pictures that you've already taken can change the reality. This could be very interesting when it does come out as a first-person puzzle adventure game, if it works well. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon Chronicles bundle launches July 13th in Japan for PS4 and Switch. This includes Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 1 and 2. I believe these would be the side games, though, of Bloodstained, not Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. So in a lot of ways, this bundle is just a way to sell the game a second time and maintain the price at a high point. I don't know if there really is any new content here that would make you want to potentially buy the game a second time if you already owned both of these games. And in a lot of ways, even though this is trying to very much ape what the original Castlevania games felt like and looked like, I don't know if I really would bother to play this. I would like to own Curse of the Moon 1 and 2, but I would very possibly only play it for a short time as a intro to playing Ritual of the Night, which I'd also have to own Ritual of the Night, which I haven't gotten around to buying that either. Project Egg Retro Games is coming to Switch. Engrossing Game Gallery. Re-released numerous titles from its older generations, such as MSX PC 9801, PC 8801, through Project Egg. So this is a bunch of old, mostly Japanese games is getting released on the Switch. Maybe it won't come to the West at all. Let's see, RE4 Remake Mercenary launches April 7th. And this is not the way the Mercenaries title screen looked before, so that's different. Which, not really a problem there. Let's see, Tetsudo Nippon Real Pro Takyo Sokyu. I'm not even going to bother to release the rest of this. It's coming to the PS4 on June 22nd in Japan. This looks like this is a train driving game. Metal Dog's full release is now available for PC. It's a casual shoot-'em-up action game after 2 years of early access. Let's see what the reviews are on it. And then I think what I'm going to have to do is just pause mute myself and run to the bathroom. Yeah. I think that's the right move because we've still got a decent amount of stuff to go on. So I'm going to do that. I'll be right back. Testing. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Like, man, you know, it's annoying about life is that I've spent way too much time playing the can I hold it till the end of the live stream ever since I've been a live streamer. And the answer is always no. So yeah, increasingly over the past 12 months, I've been running to the bathroom way more. That being said, 3 hours and 30-minute streams, what can you really expect? Well, I guess if anything, if you're an employer, there are a lot of schools and employers that do expect you to potentially be able to not go to the bathroom every single day for 4 to 5 to 6 hours a day. There are in the United States some limitations that you should have at least one break in every 4 to 6 hour period, plus at least a 30-minute lunch break. Otherwise, employers wouldn't even give you that. Yeah, anyways, Metal Dogs does look interesting enough. It's out of early access, so this is one of those rare examples of a game that now does have a way in which it can be elevated from the falling list after years of being in the early access questionable spot. That being said, it is also very possible that the 10 users who reviewed it right now are giving a 70% review over the average of the 83% because they've given up on the game. So I very possibly would come back to this game later on and see that the most recent in the last 30-day reviews are in mixed or negative, because now that it's not in early access, people are going to hold it to a higher standard. And certainly looking at the screenshots, it does kind of seem like there isn't a ton of content here. It does seem like this is more of a joke concept than a final product. And I could see myself, if I was in the mood to be a little bit crueler, saying no to it and removing it from the wishlist. But you know what? Just leave it on the wishlist. Wishlist is always going to be massively large anyways. When I did do some shopping during the last sale, I definitely did remove a decent amount of games that had been negatively reviewed since last time I looked off my wish list. A game called Master Detective Archives Raincode bonus digital novel has been detailed. How to be a master detective, a Yokawa Furio case. Which digital novel, I guess, means it's almost 100% text on the Switch. If that gets translated in English, that would be kind of interesting, I imagine, but it looks like it was. See, my question here definitely would come down to, is what's in this digital novel being shown here on the Switch? Or is this just somehow going to be a PDF that you get for a Switch game? Because it's not like the Switch is really built to handle PDFs or anything like that. Yeah, that is an interesting question. It's weird, even if it was on the Switch, though, that you would really want to read a whole novel on the Switch. I'd almost make the argument that you would want to turn your Switch 90 degrees, even in English, and scroll that way, going up and down. If anything, that probably highlights how, if this was the 90s, you would have had the Switch selling itself as potentially being a tablet that could also be a comic book reader, and it could read books in it and have a calculator app built in, which it's kind of shocking that there isn't a calculator app or a calendar app or a cell phone functionality to it. Like, really, if you were going to build the Switch, you would turn it into a tablet or a smartphone that has the ability to have a lot more forms of communication and a lot less focus on just playing games. And yet Nintendo hasn't bothered with any of that kind of programming and development to it. And there's no real connectivity to it at all. And even now, if I was making the Switch, I would consider having calendar apps and cell phone connectivity and alarm clock apps, calculator apps, contacts, comic book reading, try to get some Comixology or Warner Brothers, DC, Marvel connected to it in some way. Moving on, Honkai Star Rails launches April 26th for PC, iOS, and Android, and then later for PS5 and PS4. This is another Honkai spin-off game, I would assume. It looks a little fancy. Not sure what the real gameplay mechanic to it is, though. I'm calling it a turn-based RPG strategy RPG, which is not the kind of games I like to play. And then our last Gematsu article says Tekken 8 Jack 8 gameplay trailer is available if you want to check that out. It definitely feels like Tekken 8 is getting closer to being released. So then immediately we start to covering the games that came out in the past couple days on this Friday. And so our first game is an adult game called Lust Girl. It is 2D anime girls in slide puzzles, character in bunny suit, character totally naked on a bed, being shown in the screenshots, and that's kind of it. 84 cents is a little expensive for what it is, and it claims to support full audio for all 130 languages. It says there are 12 beautiful girls, which probably means there are only 12 puzzles for 84 cents. It looks like they are using the live 2D animation style, where the characters kind of bounce around and jiggle to a decent level too. Yeah, if the live 2D concept of making 3D models had if it was just a little bit easier to use, I'd imagine it would become the default way in which everything is animated. Here we have a roguelike war game called Witch Race Prologue, which I assume is a prologue. It looks a little bit all over the place. I kind of like the art style, but then you see this, and this looks pretty boring. And this looks pretty boring, and this doesn't really feel like it really is going to support English as much as it's just a Chinese game that claims to support English. A lightweight rogue auto chess game, which, man, I have not heard the phrase auto chess in nearly 2 years. That concept pretty much dead. Let's see, a game called Wretched Depths. Visually, this doesn't look good. Is there a possibility that this plays good? Man, I am really just making this problem worse and worse because I'm spending too much time at the front talking about cosplay, which I shouldn't do. I really gotta stop that. And then we're 3 hours and 40 minutes in, so now I'm mentally and emotionally drained as far as looking at games. So I see a game like Phobia here, and I want to think to myself, well, maybe there is something good about this. Now, I'm not that drained. I do see that Phobia visually just doesn't look polished enough, and it has some dark screenshots, so I can say no to that. But there definitely are some games that are getting through to the fall list when they really shouldn't. Like here you have a cell phone game that might be something, so I'll give it a chance. Inherently, that is also creating more YouTube shorts. Yeah, we have another adult game, Hentai Senpai Cyber P-Word 2069. So it's supposed to be a parody on Cyberpunk 2069 as far as the images. I would say you're getting a lot of black letter and technology in the images. It definitely seems to kind of have its own like unique style. In a lot of ways, Cyberpunk 2077 already had a lot of extreme like sexuality to it. So this is just taking it even further. It is using flat 2D anime style animation instead of 3D CGI that you would see in Cyberpunk. It's $13.49 though for a slide puzzle game, so I'd say no to that. Now, interestingly, this one claims to support 29 languages, not 103. So they actually went through the languages and clicked yes and no to some. Says there's 2 classic puzzles, swapping or rotating puzzles. And there might be 1,000 picture. I'm not sure I really believe there's 1,000 pictures. Says it's in 4K with a 4K texture pack that you can download. That is definitely something that might lead to a future generation of adult games and simplistic slide puzzle games in general, is that if the 2D images are being rendered for that specific game, then having a 4K texture pack that actually has a native resolution of 4K would be trivial to do. Whereas if these are pictures that are just being downloaded off the internet, then you probably won't get 4K versions of that. That being said, it would also be fairly easy to call something a 4K texture pack and it really just be scaled up to 4K resolution without any additional detail. A tavern for tea, I'll give this a chance. Can of wormholes, doesn't look like anything. Dirty vampires, ARPG tower defense game. Looks kind of like Plants vs. Zombies, so I'll give it a chance. Yeah, we have almost certainly another adult game, Fairy Biography 3 Obsession. This time it looks like Chinese or Asian characters that are 3D CGI. This black-haired, long-haired lady being of major focus, but the actual gameplay seems to be them squeezing an absolute garbage game just into the corner here while having the black-haired lady here. That looks like incredibly low effort. They're selling it for $4.75. There's an adult patch, so the main game doesn't even have the adult content. It says it has full audio for Chinese and Japanese. Yeah, and there's just no real polish there that would make you want to play this game, whether or not it had adult content in it. Let's see, next we have Planet Fights, which I think we can say no to this. It's just so important to have impressive screenshots. I'll give this a chance, but it very possibly is nothing. Here we have another adult game. Quite a few adult games today. It was kind of low as far as the 3D CGI adult games, the more Western adult games this week, so we're starting to see a pickup on that. Heroes of Eroticism, Amorous Advances. 3D CGI visual novel, if I was to guess. definitely feels like it's just 3D models being put in very quickly put together 3D environments. I almost wonder if the backgrounds and the environments are being made using some house designing software too, and that the 3D models are being added into an easy 3D modeling of a house, and then they're just adding the 3D characters on top of that. Heroes of Eroticism Amorous Advances is $8.99. It's English only. Says it has around 90,000 words. 4 episodes. It contains. Says it combines episodes 4 through 6 into a single package, which implies that you would have had to play the New Beginnings or episode 3, The Renegade, to carry over your choices. So this is a continuation. To me, it implies they're also selling the games in multiple variants over and over again to make it seem like there's more available than there actually is. Let's see. Moving on, Aqua Marbles. Let's see. What kind of game is this as far as marble game? Match 3. Apparently. Doesn't quite feel like a match 3 game. I'm going to say no to it just because it feels off. Wonder Trips? Maybe something. Nyx Ashes of the Phoenix. This almost feels like this would be an adult game, but I don't think it really is. War of Cards Roma. I'll give that a chance. Entrepreneurial Tycoon. I think I probably would say no to this. But you know what? I'll give it a chance anyways. Heartbite Dating in Daylight. Inevitably, since I'm just saying no to everything, I'm saying yes to way too many things. That's what I meant to say. I am just making more and more YouTube shorts for myself, and like what's going to end up happening is that I'm going to have a time slot probably somewhere closer to 2 in the afternoon, and then 4 in the evening, and 6 in the evening, and 8 in the evening, and even 10 in the evening. And I'm going to potentially starting like 10 in the morning to 10 in the evening every couple hours. There's going to be a new YouTube short coming out, which very possibly is way too many, and I would just have to figure out a way to curate better otherwise as far as new games. And the more I curate would probably require me to take more time and release the YouTube shorts further away from when they actually were released, which I don't think helps people that much. So curation really isn't going to work past a certain extent. Here we have another adult game called Hentai Journey, which is a bunch of flat 2D anime girl images. I'd assume it's a slide puzzle game, but I'm not actually seeing it. Yeah, it's a slide puzzle game. And interesting about this too is that we have a lot of images where the character is lying on the bed, but they're in their underwear only. There is some screenshots with nudity, but it seems like they may have bumped up the number of images they have by including partial underwear shots. And honestly, the underwear shots are not that impressive. Like here you have just a 2-piece bikini being shown as an example. It's not like it's extremely lewd underwear. It says there are 6 characters in the game and 36 images, and they're selling it for 54 cents. It also claims to support 103 different languages. This would be a game that I would lean to potentially having taken these images from the internet, because the background images in the picture are not big enough to fill the full screen, and so then you are having background images on top of other background images that don't match up. So yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like there was one artist in charge of everything. Like a generic forest background in the picture with the character then has a different generic forest background. Here we can just show it here. Like generic forest background here of this character, generic forest background behind it. You can see the branches are not lining up. The angle and perspective is not even accurate for what it is, which that definitely implies to me that these images were not originally created for this game. Which that's another point where if all of a sudden we started to see games like this by default have 4K resolutions or claim 4K resolution images, then you would definitely not see those kinds of things happen with 2 backgrounds. Core Blast doesn't look like anything. Jurassic Pinball, I'm a fan of pinball, so give that a chance. Avery VR is yet another one of these Avery games. I'm gonna say no to it just because they're flooding Steam. The End of Warriors doesn't look like anything. Balin. I'll make a YouTube short around this, noting that I don't like space fly around games. Bullet Runner, Fresh Slaughter, I'll give a chance to. Same game. And yeah, I don't know. We are increasingly also seeing this happen where duplicate tabs are opening up for some reason. I Live the Park Baseball, I believe, is a simulation game, but it does seem like it is popular enough that it deserves a YouTube short. Next we have yet another adult game, this time 3D CGI characters. Super Spy Steve. 3D CGI characters with considerably worse background designs than the other game. This character Steve is way too broad-chested and his head's a little too small, so his body just does not really match his head at all, nor does he proportionately look to be the right height and the right width of the other characters. A lot of these screenshots also fully clothed, but yeah, here you can see her having to really crane over here to kiss him, just being this giant monster with monster hands compared to her hand here, or her hand here, big old thighs compared to her thighs, and then just shoulders. It's just ridiculously too much. Super Spy Steve is $6.79 in English only. They also are charging kind of a premium here as far as adult games that are more CGI based. Dangerous Road. You got some nice looking cars there, but it definitely doesn't feel like there's a full game here. 5 driving behaviors, 5 missions, 50 cars. Goose Ronnie here. Looks like an infinite runner, so we can say no to that. Grappin is a grapple hook game. Is it in VR? We'll give that a chance. Void It. The Real Danger, certainly. Which publisher is this? Super Good Games? Never even heard of this company. Um, real danger with like YouTube's if YouTube starts limiting how many videos I can upload to really small numbers, is that the 20 or 30 games I have to make shorts for today, that might hit the maximum number of uploads in the 24-hour period, and then I'd have no room to upload other things. And so all of a sudden I may have a problem where the amount of content I'd like to make and upload is being limited. Although at a certain point, if YouTube had started that way and said you can only upload one video per day, that would have changed how I made content in the first place. I would have long-running episodes, I guess, of multiple things happening. A news segment, a YouTube short segment, and then pre-recorded gameplay coverage segments. That might also affect some other content creators in the way YouTube has developed and evolved, but for most content creators, they do have one video a day, and then they, if it gets successful enough, they make a new channel anyways. Good Mythical Morning, kind of a prime example of that. One second, I'm going to cough some more. That's one thing that my microphone has a problem with. Definitely is that I have to hit the mute button 2 or 3 times before it actually works, when there really should be a mute button I could press on an audio mixer that would mute me instantaneously. If not a dump button, it would dump the audio I just said in the last 7 seconds, although I really don't need a dump button. It'd be nice if it existed. The Rodecaster Pro certainly still is something that I would consider buying if I have infinite amount of money, but it would require me to get a whole new microphone and just change everything up, and as long as my microphone is working, it becomes hard to justify that. Plus the Rodecaster Pro 2, not the first one, although I'd get the first one if it was cheap, 2 also, or instead, I guess, not also. Above Snakes Prologue seems like it's a 3D version of something kind of like Carcassonne, I think is the game I'm thinking of when you look at this. Then it definitely seems like it has more survival crafting elements too. The thing though, I guess, is I'm not interested in the prologue as much as I might be interested in the final product, so I'll put this on the follow list and then move on. I basically would either have to break my microphone or give away my microphone, and even at that you might want a backup microphone. Anyways, Rodecaster actually did announce a new microphone that had USB-C connections and XLR analog connections to it, so one or the other, and that's very possibly the microphone to buy. That being said, it still needs some testing by audiophiles to see if it is a good microphone for what you're looking for, and perhaps the USB-C digital analog processor built into it may not be as good as it should be. A lot of these microphones too are very expensive because they're testing them quite a bit. Every single microphone being tested to have the proper acoustics as expected instead of a product that has a much higher acceptable failure rate, where or partial failure rate, in the sense that it doesn't sound quite consistent. Like in a professional environment, if you're going to buy like a Shure microphone, you know that exact model is going to sound the same regardless if you buy 100 of them and try out a different 100 of them, and that's what you're potentially looking for. Next we have another adult game, Sex with Hitler 2069. This is either the third or fourth Hitler games out there. These basically feel like they're troll games. 3D CGI game version of Hitler, and definitely seems like it's trying a cyberpunk. And then there is this bad top-down twin-stick shooter gameplay built into it also. What's crazy about this is that the joke seems to encourage enough trolls, and I can only really assume they're trolls, to give positive reviews to this game. It's been out only a matter of hours, and it's 100% positive with 11 reviews. It's being sold for $3.27. It is now the 5th game in the series that has a bundle selling for a total of $18.85. Claims to support all 103 languages and have full English audio, but not full German audio, which is a little weird. But yeah, the actual gameplay that they're trying to sell to you, here's the top-down twin-stick shooter nonsense here, which has nothing to do really with the Hitler stuff otherwise. This is really just a garbage game, and arguably a garbage game that should not be allowed on Steam for just having bad taste. Like, if Steam and Valve said straight up, we just are going to have a level of bad taste that we find acceptable, and we have a level of bad taste that we don't find acceptable, and that is our censorship that we're going to apply, at least maybe they could try to explain those rules better. In particular, you could just say Nazis and Hitlers shouldn't probably be allowed in the adult section of adult type games. Here we have a game called Prosecuted. The thumbnail is provocative, certainly. The rest of the game, perhaps not that interesting, but I'll give it a chance here. Let's see, moving on. The original Wizard. Oh man, if this had a little bit more visual polish to it, I might give it a chance, but it's just too blurry. Too low frame rate. Low pixel count. Draw Rydo remake. Yeah, I don't think I want to play a game like this. Doesn't have enough visual polish to it. Still the Fire. Yeah, there might be something to that. Here we've got one that doesn't even have an English title. Looks like a cheap Chinese game if I was to guess. Come on. Revival Quest. Looks like one of these RPG Maker games that potentially would have an adult patch where some of this boob armor would become smaller or go away completely. But there is no DLC patch here. And even if there was, it still looks like it's just not much of a game. Let's see, Child Made. I don't know how you pronounce that. S Child Made would be my guess. MX. give that a chance, even though it's a side-scrolling shooter and not really my favorite type of game. We have something called Vampire Story, probably going for name confusion with Vampire Survivors. It doesn't look polished enough to interest me. Let's see, we have a game called Deflector. Those visuals look big. This is on the following list already. It's a hack and slash game. So inherently I've already created a situation where I put this game on the following list because it caught my interest, and then it's shown up now with a published date of release date of 2024, and so now it has duplicated, both being within the 5 games that start with the letter D that my faultless cleanup is looking at, and a brand new game. So I need to drag the tab over here and then figure out if I missed any games that it jumped over. Yeah, because you may have noticed that I clicked on the next tab and then all of a sudden this flickered, not the hero flickered for a second, and then it jumped to the other thing. That was my plugin detecting 2 of the exact same tabs being open and closing one, and then jumping me around to the other one. Fortunately, that wasn't that confusing, and there was only 2 in the middle to deal with. GameDeveloper.com says Sonic Frontiers has sped past 3 million copies sold. We're 4 hours in now into the stream. We're not going to do any kind of like wrap up like I've done in the past. Well, once we do the fall list cleanup, that'll be the end of the stream, and that's the way things should go going forward. GameDeveloper.com says Epic debuted the MetaHuman animator and new Unreal Engine 5.2 tools. Suppose it is somewhat worth pointing out that MetaHuman was teased mostly up until this point, and the actual tools to do more with MetaHuman kind of didn't exist, and now they're slowly putting in tools to actually use the MetaHuman concept, although they've also seemingly expanded what MetaHuman even means in their branding, because it meant just randomly generated human-like faces originally, and now it seems like it is a full-on animation suite of tools to change the way characters look or emote and move their faces. Let's see. Epic is going to unify content marketplaces and offer creators 88% of revenue cut. The Unreal Engine Marketplace, ArtStation Marketplace, Sketchfab, and Quixel Bridge will soon become Fab, which I have to assume at some point Epic acquired ArtStation, Sketchfab, Quixel Bridge, and unifying all the marketplaces into one big monopoly makes a lot of sense. 88% revenue cut is good. Hopefully Fab does a better job of preventing people from listing stolen art and stolen content on the storefront, because we've seen what seems like at least 2 examples in recent history of stolen content ending up in the final products of what seem like legitimate games when it really shouldn't have. And we've probably seen more than 2 instances of games having stolen content in them. Maybe none of that really has to do with an Unreal Engine marketplace so much, but maybe it does. Yep. Fab, changing the name to Fab, probably not terrible. A lot of people don't talk about the Unreal Engine marketplace per se. And I've never heard anybody say anything about ArtStation or Sketchfab or Quixel Bridge. Sketchfab sounds somewhat familiar. The Unity asset store for the Unity engine gets talked about a lot more often. Let's see. Elden Ring was crowned Game of the Year at the Game Developers Choice Awards of 2023, which it's not really that surprising. Let's see. They gave Best Design to Elden Ring, Best Visual to Elden Ring, Best Technology God of War Ragnarok. I don't know what Ragnarok does technology-wise. Best Audio God of War Ragnarok. Audience Award God of War. Innovation Award goes to Immortality. Social Impact to Citizen Sleeper. Two of those games definitely less recognizable than Elden Ring and God of War. Best Narrative to Pentiment. I don't even know what that is. Best Debut to Stray. Lifetime Achievement to John Romero. Pioneer Award to Mabel Adis. I don't know if that person's still alive. Not really a lot of awards, and they're definitely not listing runners up in this list. So, feels like there's a lot more games that could have been mentioned even if they were just going to get second or third place. Let's see. The new Xbox Sustainability Toolkit will help devs become energy conscious. It will help developers curb the carbon footprint. Honestly, there needs to be a standard, and it would be nice if Microsoft could form a organization that would work across multiple industries as far as just, here are some smart devices that are connected to the internet or connected to the grid and could get some kind of Zigbee signal to be told to shut down when the power grid needs more power or to go into a low power mode. There aren't a ton of devices that you can think of off the top of your hat that should do that, but there definitely are some. Like, if you could tell light bulbs to go from 99% to 98% around every single light bulb in every single house, you could probably save significant amounts of power without affecting anybody at all visually. Versus a more drastic of turning a light bulb all the way on versus all the way off, which is what power outages do, and how they handle when the power grid is low is they have rolling blackouts. So the talk of rolling blackouts in California 2 or 3 decades even ago really should have started people down the idea of there needed to be a concept or a technology around that. Speaking of electrical technology, I heard about a new code requirement. I don't know if I really trust the source, where you have to have a grounding rod in the rebar of poured cement and concrete, and sometimes you need 2 depending on the jurisdiction. Which, yeah, one would hope if you're pouring concrete for building a new house or something, you would know about that requirement. I look forward to potentially seeing what this really could lead to, but I suspect it won't lead to much of anything, because almost every AAA game is going to say, yeah, we want 100% power while the game is playing, and we're never going to request that you use less power. If I was programming a program, unless I'm trying to run it off a battery, I am going to always try to have the most CPU power, and that very possibly will be the most energy efficient way to do things, is to spin up the CPU, do as many processing things I need to do, and then let the CPU handle itself to spin down once I'm just waiting at idle, or once I've done what I needed to do as far as a program, particularly in video games. I just don't imagine it makes a lot of sense that you would go into, say, a cutscene or go into a shop, and then all of a sudden the game says, oh, this is a good point to turn the power down. And obviously, if you're not actually in the game, then yes, it probably should go to sleep there, but that's more Microsoft's programming than the player's programming or the game designer's programming. Let's see. Inside the Game Development Stories of 2023 Independent Game Festival winners. Let's see. They gave a Nuveo Award to Betray at Club Low, a Seamus McNally Grand Prize to Betrayal at Club Low, an Excellence in Narrative to Immortality, Lions Award to Potionomics, Excellence in Visual Art, RPG Time and The Legend of Right. Best Student Game was Slider, Excellence in Design, The Case of the Golden Idol, and Excellence in Audio to The Forest Quartet. Most of these games I do not recognize, and it would really have helped if they had pictures of what the games look like in that case. Interesting. So I had seen that this game was removed from being listed, and I figured that might have been a just bug as far as the listing, but apparently GameDeveloper.com is willing to commit to saying that Steam and Valve themselves delisted Tax Heaven 3000, a tax filing dating sim. Which, yeah, I could see very much why Valve would not want software that claims to do something different other than be a game, making any other kinds of claims, such as helping people file their taxes. Now, inherently, it looked like this would have only really helped you file taxes if you're filing with no dependents and you're single, which really doesn't include many people. Single people can claim themselves as a dependent, or you can't, I think, claim yourself as a head of household if you're a single person. But so if you're claiming single with no dependents, including yourself, then somebody else is claiming you as a dependent, and basically at that point you probably don't even need to file in the first place. I was going to potentially play this game if it was on Steam. I guess the question, though, is maybe it's back. Part of the problem certainly was, too, that I was going to play this game with a fake social security and fake information, and I was going to put as much fake information in it to see what the final results were. So I was going to potentially claim to be a teacher or a farmer or have a lot more medical bills, and I would just put like 555 555 as a social security number. But I could certainly see the scamminess, though, of it potentially being a scam, just trying to harvest people's names, addresses, and social security numbers, which we're almost to a point where names, addresses, and social security numbers are basically just public information anyways. We definitely need a new what am I trying to say? New system as far as privacy information to identify yourself. Something closer to probably key pairs. Yep. There are multiple people when I search here saying that it has been completely removed. Yeah. So either this is a case where game developers reporting it originally and a bunch of people just copying reporting, but yeah, it definitely is not linking to a link on Steam anymore, which I think I may have made a YouTube short around that game, accidentally or otherwise. There's definitely a better way to make that kind of game. In that you would have fake information put in by default always, uh, and you would then, in the final product, assuming that there's a way to print out the final forms and have them filled out, in that final product, then you would leave it blank with instructions to fill in the real information. So only in the physical form that you would have to mail in would you actually put in the information. Inherently, though, if TurboTax put their software on Steam and Steam let them, TurboTax would have asked the exact same information. What's your social? What's your address? That's the same stuff the IRS is asking. So I guess the question is, how trustworthy do you think TurboTax is as far as being hacked or just leaking out information or stealing the information directly from you? It's probably not much better than a random person putting a game on Steam. But also, there's just a lot of work there that needs to be done to make it more accessible as a tax filing assistant game that would make an entertaining way to file more taxes. And honestly, when you're filing your taxes, you don't want to really get too fancy about it anyways. If you're getting fancy, then you're taking bigger risks, and you probably should just have an accountant file your taxes, tax preparer, a CPA type person. I'm not sure. Yeah, CPA would probably be who you would want to hire instead of just some random person who's filing taxes for you at some with no accreditations and no office to speak of. Somebody with an office you can go back to throughout the course of the year, definitely, is what you'd want. But that's only if you're doing something fancy. Most people, there's no reason to do anything particularly fancy in taxes, unless you're making $1 million or more, and then at that point you're just committing tax fraud. Always, that's just the way rich people do it. But if you're making reasonable amounts of money, less than 100,000, less than 200,000, you can easily file your own taxes. Moving on, Meta revives the Oculus brand for third-party game publishing. Don't call it a comeback. It's a subtitle. So they're using Oculus as a brand name, I guess, just because they own it, instead of Meta VR. Whatever. Here we have a game called Dueled 1. It's mixed reviewed on as far as the fall list, so that I can leave. Here we have a game called Delta Zero, which has no relevancy because it has no reviews, so we can leave. February 25th, Deliver or Die. Yeah, I think I can take this off. If anything, I guess I can be crueler for games that have been out for a while if they have no reviews. Although in fairness, it's like March 14th game on the fall list. It's only been out for 10 days, so it needs more time. Definitely not fried chicken. This is the one where you're growing marijuana. I think it's still in early access. We'll give it more time. Defeat the Rook. Mostly positive. Is it out of early access? We'll put that on the wish list. Deepest Chamber Resurrection. Still not really sure I want to play this. I think I probably don't want. I'm just gonna have to make an executive decision here and say no to this. A card-based dungeon crawler with kind of rough visuals. People do seem to be liking it. But it's been in early access since 2021, and yeah. There's still this whole pandemic argument, though. I'll give it more time. Probably shouldn't. Early access Metroidvania game. Give it more time. Deep Space Gardening. Also needs more time. A little bit more time. Deep Rock Galactic, on the other hand, overwhelmingly positive. 1 to 4 co-op first-person shooter game. 100% destructible environment. This is a game that potentially won't be that fun playing as a single-player experience, but I'd still give it a chance and put it on the wish list. And then, let's see, Deflector is where we were at. Alright. So that's going to be it for this stream. We need to... this went really long. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list. Thank you for watching.